Greetings and salutations to each and every one of you here today. I am Cuddlymuffintop, half human, half blob Vtuber, who comes into the virtual world through the wonders of human slapstick. And welcome to another collaboration stream between myself, Zaruk Windcaller, and Jayking, as we are going to be tackling more of Coffee Talk. So with that said, I am going to be switching on over to the other screen, and the others can introduce themselves and all that lovely jazz. So let's go over to the other screen. I'm gonna go ahead and make sure I'm undeafened, unmuted on this side. I gotta make sure that Discord voice is unmuted so you can actually hear them. There we go. Now we're solid. All right, 3, 2, 1. Well, hello there, everyone. You may now speak.
Hello.
All right, how are the audio levels? Deadpool3_2_CJ6. Thank you so much for the follow. And welcome to another collaboration between, of course, myself and, well, I guess we'll start with whoever's the closest to me on the screen. We got Zaruk first. Would you like to give a quick introduction of yourself and what you do as a content creator?
All right, so most of y'all know me. I'm Zaruk Windcaller, Guardian of the Forest of Memories. I'm a variety streamer that plays games with a strong memory connection to me or my community. I'm the guy who recommended this game to Cuddly.
Yep.
So if the game proves to later on not be to his interest or upsets him, I'm very sorry. I will accept the execution with grace.
No. I'm not going to absorb you, Zaruk. I'm not going to do anything like that. I have been enjoying my time, basically giving these lovely chaps of the fantastical and ordinary the fine coffee and tea. Don't you worry too much. There's no absorption going forward here. I'm not going to do that for you.
But that's about it for me, so.
All right, what about you, dear Jayking?
Me.
Who I have never collaborated before.
Never, ever have I ever been on this channel. But for those who are new here that you'll recognize, hello everyone. My name is Jayking of Jayking Plays. I've been a VTuber for apparently 6 years. Coming up this June.
Yeah.
And I write books. I do art, but on Twitch I play video games. So. Come by if you want. And apparently my main duties for who knows how long is to be a fan voice actor for a visual novel at this point.
Yeah. And I basically like how it's, my God, has it already been close to 6 years for you being a VTuber?
It is. I thought last year was my 4th year anniversary, only to be told by my mods that it is actually my 5th year anniversary last year.
Dear blobby hell. So when is your 6th then, so we can prepare?
My 6th anniversary? That'd be June 23rd, I think.
Oh my God, it's a day before my 5-year anniversary as a VTuber.
Yeah, I think so.
Dear blobby hell, you've been a VTuber for more. Oh, there's no booth function, so ha ha ha. Also, hello to everyone. Lock the red mage. No, I will not absorb you. You gotta be one to watch everyone else's content that you love, of course. And hello, Deadpool, and hello, Red Mage Kazu. I hope that I'm pronouncing each of your names correctly. Feel free to let me know at any point if I happen to be butchering them. I'm known to do that. And no matter where you may be watching us, either on Twitch or on YouTube, since I'm streaming on both at the same time, hope you're doing well, taking care of yourselves, and staying safe out there. So, as you know, we are going to go back into the world of Coffee Talk. We might stream for a good couple of hours, depending on the circumstances. But, with that said, we're going to do our absolute best to, well, voice act for each of the characters and make sure that we're entertained and also quite informative, because there might be some good thought-provoking conversations up ahead, especially where we left off.
We definitely went on a tangent on authors like twice last time.
Oh, God, yeah. That definitely took quite a bit.
But that was fun.
It was fun. It was
fun, but it doesn't mean it wasn't a tangent.
Yeah, it was quite a tangent, though. I do remember that. So, and I got my barista hat, so I'm still living the life. So I'm still pretending in my mind I'm serving these fantastical creatures, even though I'm probably not the main headcanon people have in regards to the barista of this coffee talk shop. But with that out of the way, before we get started, tangerines. Tangerines, or tangerine tangents. Ooh. That actually sounds a little bit... it could be spicy depending on what we incorporate into that. But yes, before we get...
I heard tangerine candy is actually quite sweet.
Ooh, not much spicy then in this case. Okay.
No.
Interesting.
Zesty? Yes, but not spicy.
Okay, got it then. And in the meantime, can everyone hear them okay before we go forward with the stream? I'm assuming everyone can hear. Tangents that taste of tangerines.
I did listen, and it seemed fine.
Okay.
For me, at least. But
Excellent. That's what I want to hope
singular
for.
person.
I wanted to make sure that I didn't have you on mute this entire time and that you were just abominations in my head talking to me. So, with that said, of course...
Well, of course we're abominations. How else do you think you're making smart decisions? That's not normal.
I know. Does it look like a blob is capable of making thought-provoking decisions in their lives? They want everything to be simplified and just absorbed.
Absorption.
Absorption.
Oh, fun fact, Muffin, by the way, fun fact, there's actually, if you do prefer the more fantasy elements and everything, there is a game that was heavily inspired by Coffee Talk called Tavern Talk that's basically fantasy style.
Oh, yes. I think I have heard of that one, actually.
Yeah.
Okay, I might have to give that a lovely look then in this case. Okay, so with that said, if you are interested in the game we are playing at any point, if you're on Twitch, what you can do is type an !game within the chat, and it will list off 3 different links. One of them, if you do want to license the game and support my content, I am a partner with Humble Bundle, and if you purchase through that link, you'll be supporting my content. Or, number 2, if you prefer your games DRM free, and I think this game is part of the spring sale over in this website, it could be wrong, but GOG has Coffee Talk for sale there, so you can grab it there. Or, if you want physical media, Serenity Forge is the publisher that makes these indie games published and for a physical collecting audience. So, there's a link for that as well if you want to collect it that way. The single shot edition, I think it's called. So, those are just a few options that you can go for. Oh,
Can you believe it?
what
I
is
had
it?
Tavern Talk on my wish list before I had Coffee Talk on my wish list.
Wow!
Get owned, I guess.
Oh my blobby hell. And of course, if you are interested in both Zaruk Windcaller and Jayking, I'm gonna shout, well, I do have their links as well as the Coffee Talk links down in the description below of my YouTube video, but let me go ahead and shout out each of them real quick. You can click on the names, I believe, on the title screen. That's one way to go about it, but in case that's a little bit too difficult, and
My
sometimes,
YouTube is currently a little dead, but I promise I'm coming back.
yeah. But yeah, first off, here is shout out for Zaruk if you want to follow him over there. And if you find what he basically mentioned to be something enticing enough to check out in the near future, go right ahead. Zaruk will greatly appreciate you. Show your appreciation, Zaruk. Show your appreciation to the masses. Never mind. I made it
I don't understand what that means.
It's like, thank you so much. I love you all.
How about emotes instead?
Okay, sure, I can go about it that way. It's like, hello, dear viewers. I feel. Oh, press A to doubt. Oh, I got that.
Is 8 the doubt? I thought it was X for doubting.
It is.
Press X to doubt.
Bloody hell! I thought I was cool with the blobby kids. I
No.
can't even get that reference.
I mean, to be
right.
fair, that meme is really old, so who knows? Maybe the new meme is to press A to doubt.
Oh yeah.
I think it's a
they-
button mashing emote,
Yeah,
right?
y'all want to know the funny thing about that though? So, fun fact about LA Noire, the game where the whole press X to doubt thing is from.
Yep.
So, I've never in my life seen a game that was across the board successful and literally did such a wonderful job. But even with all that success, all of that hard work, and all of the praise it got, it literally caused their company to go bankrupt.
Oh God, I remember how the motion capture was.
The motion capture was so expensive.
And don't forget all the trials and tribulations that I think a huge member of the team put the rest of the workers through. There's like a whole story, I believe, involved with that studio that brought LA Noire. Maybe
Team Bondi.
Yeah, Team Bondi.
Yeah.
That's it. I don't remember. Maybe Mac McMushrooms did something with what happened in an episode prior, but I think there's been other videos that kind of go into the nitty-gritty of what truly happened during this, because it took a lot of rot and grind and crunch and so many hardships to get this game out the way it did. From what I
feel like
recall.
this studio and what Telltale did to itself
Yep.
are both really weird.
Yeah.
And how they managed to both crash their own companies in so unique ways.
Yeah.
But
I mean,
oh, go ahead,
go ahead.
Zaruk.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say, didn't Telltale try to make a comeback, though?
They did.
They did try. But the problem is the reason that Telltale basically went bankrupt was they signed up for so many licensing things that they basically crashed themselves into the ground because they never focused on improving their engine or anything.
Yeah,
like that.
because they would license so many different franchises for their games. They were cooking up so many episodes for so many different ones. Guardians of the Galaxy, Game of Thrones, The Walking Dead. Of
Hell,
course,
most of the people I've talked to didn't even know that the Guardians of the Galaxy Telltale game existed.
I know. They were producing so much content. I was like, how? Through extensive crunch and so many other bad decisions, I bet. Ooh.
Oh yeah.
But yeah.
And with Team Bondi, the problem was that, first of all, you had Rockstar as your partner, as your owner company, basically. And I don't think people realize that Rockstar is this weird thing where like they kind of want their games to last forever.
Yep.
They want them to last a really long time, and the problem is that that's not what LA Noire was designed for.
No,
no.
Yeah, not in the slightest. LA Noire is like its own well, I wouldn't say it's condensed, but it's its own standalone title with a conclusive ending, and it doesn't have any of the online multiplayer razzle dazzle to really make it go further.
LA Noire, from what I recall, and it's been a while, it was such a unique take on everything that was not should not have become popular for any reason, but did.
Yep.
That I don't think that there would have been, not saying that they couldn't make another noir like game similar to LA Noire. I just don't think it would have been anywhere near successful if they ever moved it to another.
And that motion
area.
capture was, of course, insane.
Extremely expensive, but it made it look so good.
It was so good.
Really helped out with the detecting the facial expressions,
Yeah.
which we on the spectrum oftentimes have trouble really identifying quite a bit. But the way that they would, it's like the perfect game for an autistic individual to really test out if they're reading their body language correctly. And of course, I'm sure as there are some times in which we absolutely failed by a huge margin of what we may be guessing with how the motion capture worked. But when you were able to get, what their pattern is when they're lying, and the way that they glance their eyes or the way they twiddle their fingers, like their habits whenever they aren't being truthful, it felt so good. But the only thing is, I couldn't finish it because the game, there was a bug in it where it would freeze, and I could never get past it.
Ouch.
Yeah, so
I will say this for the autistic buddies like myself out there. Technically, body language reading is not real.
Yeah.
The science is very unproven and has been thrown around in the FBI circle for bad reasons by people who didn't really do any studies on it. So it's a fun game.
Yeah.
It absolutely
the things that happen in that game don't happen in real life.
Yeah.
Just remember that.
And I think
Oh, go ahead, Zaruk.
Yeah, I think the final thing, just to put a nail in the coffin on this, I think the final thing that kind of like, again, because let me reiterate, the game sold amazingly well. It did a really good job. It was really popular. However, I think the other thing that kind of did it in was the fact that the game did not shy away from the kind of dark subject matter that it could tackle.
Yep.
And there's a lot of, for those who don't know, there's a reason why you've got to be really, really careful if you want to stream that game on Twitch.
Yep.
There's a lot of really bad stuff that needs to be covered, or
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think myself. Is LA Noire really that edgy?
No, not edgy. I mean, no, it's not. I don't mean edgy for edgy's sake. I mean in the fact that it shows you things that like people did or people could do, and they don't like do it just for, it's not violence for violence.
I know what you're saying. I'm sorry that I used the term edgy. I just don't recall it being as dark as I thought, especially considering the other games that came out at the time, but it was a fun game.
Yeah, it's I think it's more like Muffin, you and I have kind of discussed this before. It's the kind of thing where like it's the kind of darkness and the kind of, sick stuff that normally you in other games wouldn't bother you, but the fact that you're a normal detective and kind of you have to dig into this stuff, it kind of gets into your soul, and it kind of makes you really uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And
yeah, I was gonna say, because I remember some of the subject matter for some of the cases when you're trying to uncover more about any potential suspects or any perpetrators, it can really get to more touchy subjects that thankfully the game does, I think, from what I recall when playing it, a much more mature and, approachable statue rather than just exploitation. Well, Kitten, looks like Kitten has basically got me with a tea time thing. So, I'm gonna go ahead and boil up some water to have with some tea, but I'll be right back. You can continue talking. I will be right back. Gotta get this redemption taken care of.
I'm just trying to remember the plot. Give me a second.
No
worries, Sam.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna mention. I think the last thing about it is the fact that I think it's one of the reasons I like the game so much is because our main character, Cole Phelps, Cole is not a clean guy. Cole is a very he's not morally gray, but he's also not, he's not pure, basically. He does a lot of things in the game that that make you realize, okay, he's human. Case in point, the man was a Marine in World War II, fought in the Pacific, and came back with a medal, and he did a really good job, but during his time serving, he was extremely petty. He backstabbed a lot of people to get to where he was, and he wasn't a very good leader in combat, which is not good if you're going to be an officer. But the other thing about it is that as the game goes on, you notice that he starts spending more and more time away from home with his wife and daughter, and starts spending time at a club with a woman. And then it turns out, when you get to the last arc of the game, turns out Cole's been cheating on his wife. He's been having an affair with this club woman, and everyone at the precinct finds out about it. And so they not only do they demote him all the way down to some of the lowest positions, but it's ironically the other reason that's happening is he didn't get fired because of his infidelity. He didn't get fired because of his morals. No, he got fired, and they used that as an excuse because he was getting too close to how corrupt everything was.
Well,
and so they were
just lovely. I'm back, by the way.
Hey, welcome back.
I was about to use the wave emote, but I couldn't remember where it was.
Okay, there it is. You found it. You blobby found it. So yeah, isn't it funny how we have been basically talking about LA Noire and having?
Yeah, I was about to say, can we get to the coffee talk now?
Yeah,
this is getting kind of grim and gritty.
Yeah.
Well,
I think my problem is probably I grew up with listening to old radio shows for a really long time. So I guess in a way, LA Noire doesn't shock me because I was drenched in that plot life, I guess.
Oh yeah, that would make sense. But yeah, in the meantime, I was thinking.
You're like, oh man, you got demoted because of this. I'm like, yeah, but that happened all the time in the radio plays.
Yeah, absolutely, positively. So before we get started, ooh, lovely kitten, great, thank you for doing that. In the meantime, they changed this. I'm not gonna change the topic to just talking.
No. We are going to do coffee talk.
Yeah, we're gonna do coffee talk, or in this case, coffee ta, because my fat ass is basically covering the lettering.
I think we moved you over to the side because you were blocking the text last time.
Yeah, I remember that. I think I'll maybe go down here so barely anyone can see me. How's the music, by the way? I did have to cut off the screen a little bit, and it does pause the music when I do that. But how is that? I know I gotta tone down the sound effects and the music, so feel free to let me know if it happens to be too loud, too quiet, and I'm gonna keep an open blobby flabby roll open to make sure that I hear the boiling kettle to make sure I got it for the tea. Keep my lovely flabby rolls. That's how I hear.
Hold on, I gotta not listen to the stream, or I gotta listen to the stream in order to not listen to this.
Okay, fair enough then. Fair enough. So now we're gonna go ahead and continue with the lovely game, and
to me the sound seems fine.
Okay, lovely. All right, here we go.
All right.
Oh, look at this. Here's a familiar face.
Yep, and so I voice Hyde.
Yep, you do voice Hyde. And I voice his werewolf
friend.
Yep. Yeah, I forgot. Oh, wait. I think my tea is screaming out in pain. So I'm going to be right back. I'm going to grab that. Yep, it's screaming. It's screaming.
Squee!
Remember, everyone, you know that you know that a lot of your foods and drinks are done when they start screaming at you.
Of course. Also, be careful when putting hot water in the microwave. It will hyperboil and it can give you 3rd-degree burns.
Yep. Yep. Which I think is like, don't they say you should put something in the water to prevent it from so it like agitates and doesn't hyperboil?
You can do that. It's just recommended generally you don't boil water in the microwave. But if you have to for some reason, if you have like a really long spoon, like those old like parfait spoons that you see at some places, which my house for some reason we have a whole bunch of them. Just use one of those and like stir it a little bit and make sure you're far enough away so it doesn't like splash in your face.
Yeah.
Who's planning to microwave the water for tea?
Oh no,
we were just talking about the dangers of hyperboiling for those who decided to do that for some reason.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure.
I have a tea kettle that goes to specific temperatures, please.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's like, who's committing that blasphemous act? Yeah, but I got my tea ready. It's a glazed lemon loaf tea. Thank you, Kitten, for the redemption. Now I have.
Speaking of tea, I have the chart pulled up in case you don't know what to make.
Oh yeah.
But
that's
only if you want it.
Okay, it has been 2 weeks, so I'm a little bit rusty in this case. So let's get back to the game. The music should be playing now. Okay. So, good evening, Hyde.
Good evening.
Are you by yourself tonight, sir?
Gala is coming.
In which way?
In the way that won't embarrass you and won't get your shop shut down.
Oh yes, that is very important. Thank you for that added context because as a blob, I don't want. The lifestyle of a blob can get quite messy.
I'm guessing the health inspectors love you.
They adore me.
After his shift.
Yeah, they would adore me after the shift.
Pretty empty here.
Well, they are normally intimidated by my bulks, therefore
Where's the other friend?
Maybe they're coming along. They might be. Well, you're our first customer tonight. Don't stare at me with those lovely eyes. Is there something wrong? No, don't! I knew someone was gonna use that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was too busy staring at you with my lovely eyes.
Oh, well, isn't that just blobby great?
It's just a bit strange that you say our,
Oh.
when obviously there's only you here.
You know, this is like the stream problem that I have sometimes when I'm talking in stream. I'll use we. I know I am the only person who is behind my account, but I still use the word we,
We,
like
we,
the royal
PP?
we.
Ooh.
That we're gonna be streaming soon.
Oh, yes. Oh, my word. You know what? Sometimes I use we when I'm just talking about things I'm doing, so don't you fret
I know,
anyway
right?
about it.
I figured the
It's
royal
like we are
for
part of the
streams is not
symbiotes out
weird.
there. Okay. Well, oh. I guess it's just me, but when I'm working, I always put myself as the barista and the coffee shop.
I see.
I'm both
I
the
hope
host
so.
and the channel.
Anyway, I need to order something.
What do you want to drink tonight?
Hmm.
No,
Is
wait,
it-
he's trying to be vegan.
Is it
Coconut water?
vegan coffee?
Do you have any blood?
Oh,
No, he really is asking for blood.
sorry, sir, but we don't.
But do we have coconut water?
Come on. Did you think I was serious?
Yes! And I don't think you can get it from the tap today either. I don't think there's any blood in me. Oh. You were not being serious.
Nah. Give me a ginger green tea and make sure it's very warm and bitter.
Oh, ginger green tea. Okay, let's see here. All right, I'm thinking, okay, there's the ginger. So we gotta make sure it's quite bitter then in this case. So
Yeah.
let me think. Is it tea, ginger, ginger?
No, tea's more bitter than. Wait. Okay. Question is it tea or green tea? Because it'd probably be
Ginger
green
green
ginger.
tea. So
Yeah,
I'll
so-
be using the green tea in this case.
I think it'd still be green. I think it would be green tea, ginger. But
Okay.
I don't have the
Zaruk,
chart.
you have the answers right in front of
It
you,
is
correct?
green tea, ginger.
I knew it!
Interesting.
I
You
knew
know,
it!
the funny thing is, ginger's not that bitter.
Yeah, that's what
It's
I was.
spicy.
Oh, but look at that bitterness. Oh, this
I
is gonna
know.
make him quite bitter now.
Oh, this is gonna wake you up, wake you the hell up.
Oh, it
There we
would
go.
definitely.
You like those nice ginger slices? Okay, I'm gonna serve it, not trash
You
it.
didn't peel it though before you cut it.
You know what? I like them to live dangerously every now and again.
But
Yo.
what about the potential dirt and pesticides on the ginger unless it's organic? Well, you know what? I'm assuming this coffee shop gets
Okay,
probably
well the
organic
reason
ginger,
like
but-
so the thing with ginger is that how you should do is that you cut off what you need and then you would skin it, because like a lemon or an orange, the moment you take the skin off of ginger, it will start to rapidly oxidize.
I know.
So you know that. So you're right, like, so I too am concerned. I'm like, okay, you let the whole normal thing of ginger, like the chunk of ginger, that's okay. But the part you took off, you didn't peel any of it. Why?
Yeah,
What-
I was.
Why?
It was a little bit strange, but then again, I knew that Jayking would know. Jayking knows a lot of things.
I eat too much ginger.
Yeah, I know.
On a daily basis.
Isn't it good for you though?
Yes.
So ginger helps your digestive
Yep.
system. It helps your stomach.
Yep.
It doesn't help your stomach in the way most people think. I think we've discussed this last time.
I think we did.
It has gingerol in it, and well, gingerol's not very bitter in my opinion, but maybe it is to some people. I found it mostly just spicy.
Ooh.
Gingerol has the ability to, it basically triggers the nerves in your stomach to empty your stomach into your digestion and open
Mm-hmm.
the thing. So,
Open the thing. Yes.
you know, the stomach hole at the bottom so that
Yes.
your food goes into the digestive tract.
We do have huge holes here at Coffee Talk. Well, your drink is ready, good hide.
Let's see. There it is. Sorry, my thing clicked.
Oh.
Good job.
Yay! I did a dandy good job.
Look, he's got a little smirk on his face.
Yes, you can see it just slightly there. Glad you liked it. By the way,
Oh, sorry, I thought that was him. Go ahead.
actually, hold on one quick. I'm gonna move ourselves a little bit here so that way we don't take up too much of the good old-fashioned text. There we go. There! That's a little bit better. If you don't mind me asking,
Ask away.
you said you're here for work.
Yes. For a couple of weeks.
You're not in the medical industry, like Mr. Gala, are you?
We found that out on the phone. He's a model.
Yeah.
Hell no.
Maybe the story kind of dictates that we don't know about that until they say so.
I could never imagine myself doing something so what's the word?
Deplorable?
Medical
No.
industry's fine. It's
Something
just,
as honorable.
It could be better.
As
It's
that.
just, it's fine.
It's
Well,
fine.
I don't know anymore, but it's fine.
Look. The people who work in the hospitals and stuff are fine. It's the people who write your bills for going to the hospital that are the assholes.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Also, for my sake, could you please check your cell phone? Oh my god, not the red notification of death.
It's fine. Look at that. We're good.
So these things light up, basically, letting you.
Whenever you
know,
have new information.
Yeah,
right?
giving you new information. Yes. And the artwork you see is actual like artwork done by the art team
Yep.
to like build the world and everything.
Mm-hmm. Oh, look at Rachel with. Is that members of her?
Her
Go
group
group?
that she. Yeah, that she left. Remember, she left the group. She's
Yep.
doing a solo career.
Oh, look at that. Father of three beautiful girls. And, of course, we got his bar all the way full. That's a good thing, right?
Yes.
He's the first one of the group. Well, isn't that just... Even Freya doesn't have hers all the way out yet.
Well, that's
I don't
mainly
know about you,
that's
but-
mainly because Georgie is only gonna have like maybe one or two more appearances, but
Yeah.
Freya is in the whole game.
Okay.
So
That makes sense. There's some secrets needed to be unraveled. I see. Ooh. Okay. Do you still want me to check the other things, like the brew pad here?
that's gonna take a while.
Yeah.
Look, just open the tabs to get the red dots. The
Yeah.
red dots.
There.
you go.
How's that, by the way, Jayking?
Look, the OCD of my autism was tizzing.
Okay. Next time we see it flashing like that, I'll make sure to check
Thank
it for you.
you.
Then, are you dealing with something I shouldn't ask about?
I'm not a criminal. In case that's what you had in mind.
Why, I think you're criminally gorgeous.
Hey!
Flattery will get you nowhere.
That's
and I
what
mean,
figured.
what I do is not an evil job per se, but definitely not as honorable as working in a hospital.
Then, what is it without looking at my phone to see the details?
Guess,
You travel a lot?
more or less.
You
Thanks for questions here, huh?
You befriended a startup founder, so I assume you either have your own startup or you work in some kind of investment agency. Oh, hello, Tilbatoni. Greetings and salutations to you and Sober Lisa.
Huh. I used to, but not anymore.
Oh, so I'm partially right.
That startup founder, he's just a friend.
Oh, then
What type of friend, huh?
what do
Just
you
a
do?
friend. I've had many career paths in my life.
I suppose you want to experiment with the good lifespan that vampires do have.
You just hit the nail on the head. Nice job.
Yay!
He brings it up more in the sequel, but
Okay.
he's basically, if you actually look at his friend info on the phone, it
Yep.
actually shows that he's been trying, like, I think it's like, says something like trying to find
The seeking...
seeking
Okay.
truth and purpose of life.
Yep,
Yeah.
I see
Yeah.
it there.
Right. They got boring after a while.
To be fair, being an influencer probably would be the best thing if you were trying to find the purpose of life, because if you're just going around taking pictures and supporting companies, you can do all sorts of weird things.
Yes.
So right now, I'm a model.
I didn't expect that. Without me
And then
looking at the phone. But you have the looks and the figure, so...
And then next, I'll start a music career and potentially start boxing people randomly.
I was gonna say,
the internet.
I was gonna say maybe that he would have started a rock band and would summon that ancient vampire out from the ground. I was thinking the Lestat.
The Lestat, yes.
So I guess it makes sense.
You want a secret?
Do-da-do. Did anyone get that reference? Jayking, I think
Catchy.
you got that.
Right? I think.
Catchy.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's a musical, right? No, it is Grease.
Well, it's a Beatles song.
Beatles.
Listen, do
It's music. I mean, you're right. It is a Beatles
It's the
song.
Beatles, old time Beatles. Sure.
Those ads for anti-aging skincare products?
Oh, no way.
Vampire models.
Makes sense.
That would
Actually,
make sense.
I mean, right now that we're having an issue where a lot of makeup industry models on TikTok are using filters and still advertising products, even though they're obviously using filters and not
Yep.
just crediting that they are while putting on
To
makeup.
hide those imperfections, to make sure that the makeup, the anti-aging serums that they are promoting actually work. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
We are naturally good looking.
But what if
Those
you were
plastic surgery.
Nosferatu breed, though?
Oh, well, in that case, there's... Well, for that case, you'd be looking at Rogaine.
Oh, God, that's a good one.
Skin paler than an elf's.
And elf skin can be very pale.
But we don't have those annoying pointy ears.
What's annoying about pointy ears?
Which makes us basically...
It's an identifier that makes you less. It's kind of like why a lot of models are kind of like, a lot of popular models are kind of what they call like the generic, maybe multicultural color. I don't. This is of where like it doesn't. A lot of famous models, you can't tell what race that person is.
Oh, I didn't know you also know quite a bit about modeling. Have you modeled before?
No, my friend just watched way too much of those modeling shows.
Yeah. But can they use... Oh, maybe. Go ahead, Zaruk.
We become a bunch of good-looking living mannequins.
Ooh.
I really did.
How better to advertise anti-aging products than with people who naturally don't age?
That's clever.
Yep.
Isn't that false advertising?
A lot of things are false advertising.
Yeah.
Don't be naive.
I'm always naive.
Truth is a matter of circumstance and perspective. Advertising is just framing the truth. Granted, it's framing a lie into a way that makes it believable,
Yeah,
but
that is true. I never thought of it that way. How long have you been modeling so I can keep up to date with your juicy details?
oh, not long.
This is a man who said, yeah, I was about to say this was a man who said like 100 years ago or something. Wasn't that long ago?
Not much more than 30 years.
Wow. Oop, who's coming in? Up there you are, Jayking. You finally get the voice act.
Good evening.
Can you please be a little quieter?
Oh, good. I'm glad I went live there.
There's another customer here. Who act like a civilized person, if you can.
Oh, come on. I'm just trying to make this place a little livelier. You don't mind, right, sir?
He looks like he kind of minds. Just
He's been in
notice
the modeling. Look, I just want to say, if he's been in the modeling industry for 30 years, there is no way he is not used to people like this.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
No, I don't mind.
Oh, they're giggling to each other slightly different ways, but yep.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I saw you the last time I was here.
You bet. You could say I'm a regular here.
Hence the attitude.
Hey.
You look very happy.
Oh yeah, we'll have to see the details.
I was late.
Any special occasion?
Nah, nothing. This is my default state.
She only has two states. Either extreme excitement or super stressed.
Stop putting me in a bad light. Anyway, what were you talking about?
We were talking about Mr. Hyde's profession.
And what is your profession, dear sir?
You know, if you're going to reenact the line, it's what is your profession?
Yeah.
But to answer your question, I'm a model.
And he's
I'm
been
not-
doing it.
I have.
And he's been doing it for 30 years.
Holy shit, 30 years of modeling? I'm pretty sure that's older than I am.
Yep.
That's a long time.
Not for me. My current liaison in the clothing brand I work with is the daughter of the guy I worked with when I started modeling. Usually, I work until it's the grandchild.
Oh. Yep.
That makes
You can't
sense, I
stand the
suppose.
grandeur. Maybe.
Oh, barista, please. I'm a model. I live for that.
That's really cool. I'm Freya, by the way.
Nice to meet you, Freya.
How's
Look at
the
this
writing?
budding friendship.
Oh yes, friendship is blossoming between two unlikely people. Hopefully it sticks. How's the writing so far?
Oh, it's okay. I'm stuck and in need of a warm drink. So brew me something, please.
Coffee?
Nah.
Wait, it's
What?
not. Oh my god, it's not coffee this time.
It's not the triple espresso.
I know.
I need to take it slow tonight. Maybe something warm and sweet without coffee.
Warm and sweet without
Hot
coffee.
cocoa?
I got you.
I think
If
it
you
might
need
be
it.
hot cocoa. Is it?
It is not.
Oh!
Ooh!
What could it be then? Maybe
So-
something with honey?
That's one of the ingredients,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay, I got one of them down. I take
It's
it
the
as
last
milk.
it's the last ingredient. Honey's the last ingredient.
Okay, honey is the last. Is milk involved?
Yes, that's the primary ingredient.
And let's see, which one of
Milk,
these
ginger, and honey?
is?
And Jayking knocks it out of the park on her first guess.
Damn. So
Hey!
let me see if I get the order correctly. Is it milk, ginger, and honey?
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Base milk, ginger, honey. I'm brewing.
Now this is a real drink called STMJ.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think I've had this before.
What do you remember how you felt after drinking it?
Like someone gave me a warm milk with honey and ginger in it. You're
So
asking the
you
wrong
didn't-
buddy for to give you that description, especially when
Oh.
it's not right here.
Hold on one sec. I gotta click on this. Gotta do it.
Yes.
There we go. Warm booster made of susu milk, telur egg, madu honey, and I feel like I'm butchering all these. Jahe ginger from Indonesia.
I have the thing right here for you if you want. It's an Indonesian drink combination of what you've just read. People drink it to boost their energy, relax tension, and enhance their immune systems. It also gets it also is good at clearing clearing indigestion and helping your stomach.
Oh,
I mean, if you think about it, the milk would have a decent, because milk has a decent amount of sugar, plus the honey, which has also got the microbial properties and all that jazz. You've got and it can help boost the immune system. You got the ginger, which will help. It's got a lot of stuff in it to help, at least if you have enough ginger in it, spicy. And the egg would add a protein plus give it a nice smooth texture.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, so we have a warm, sweet drink ready.
Oh,
There we go.
okay, that was concerning. We're good.
Yep, we're good.
Nice.
When Deadpool basically said Muffintop summons a second hat from reading it, I thought it was one of my hat redeems, where I put on a different hat. So I had to double check because Restream, whenever I do Restream for my multi-streaming purposes, on the Twitch side of things, it doesn't showcase when someone makes a channel point redemption. So I have to go onto Twitch to make sure I'm not missing any redemptions on there. So that was the reason why the music cut off there for a moment.
No, on my screen, the music didn't cut off. The screen just flashed brightly like the lightning had struck after she was drinking her tea.
Maybe that's a good revelation. It's like something to rekindle the lovely scope of
It's like that thing from it's like that bit from Yakuza 0. This is rad.
This is rad. The worst part is she would definitely do that. A perfect drink to end a day.
Glad you like it. Oh, you only have 540 points? That's quite fine.
And the stream might be up to 4 hours long potentially, so I'm sure you'll get it back up.
Yeah. It is your cure, Zaruk, whenever you're ready.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So you're a writer.
Yeah, I work for the Evening Whispers. But I'm also working on my own novel right now.
Sounds interesting. What kind of novel are you writing?
Great question. I totally guessed it. Let's go.
It's like, it's complicated.
Well, I had originally a plan for the novel. I only did, which by the way, I guess what I just did again recently, restarted a novel, but it's not. I'm mostly it's the same story, so it's not like I'm changing the story. I just wanted to clean up some of the scenes.
Okay.
It got a little messy.
Well,
Because jumping multiple perspectives, but...
Well, speaking of messy, I just brought up my activity. I forgot Restream has an activity feed that I can look at to see what redemptions are. I've been multi-streaming for so long that I forgot there was an activity feed that I could look at for both sides.
Oh, Muffin.
And now I get to quote that meme. So when do I stop having scuffed streams? Well, that's the neat part. You don't.
Never.
Yeah, never. I've been having scuff things going on so constantly. You never have a stream without some sort of
6 years,
complications.
man. In which one of those years my computer didn't work for a year. You never get away from it.
Luckily, when it comes to mic mute, I noticed that right away because I'm using my Rode Procaster to see when the meter gauge is up. And then if I see that it's muted, then I just like, oh yeah, good. I see it now.
So the worst part for me is my Go XLR will tell me that it's when it's muted, but the problem is right now, I don't know why my OBS is being funky with my Go XLR, but my Go XLR will say that the audio is running, but then I'll have my chat be like, we can't hear you.
Oh, that's what you meant, Deadpool. That makes sense. I can't believe I have Deadpool in my stream. All right. Oh! You quoted my line. I expect compensation.
It's complicated. I can sing an Avril Lavigne song about it.
Why do you have to make things like that, Jayking?
You know she would totally listen to it.
You should wait until she finishes it.
Yeah, no spoilers.
That's if she ever manages to finish it.
Oh, that's too relatable. Yeah, that too.
It's like I'm directly speaking to you, Jayking.
Look, I have 20 notebooks on the floor that are filled with novels. They'll get in the computer eventually.
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 They're all finished. It just need to be typed.
What's the genre?
I bet that's complicated too. Oh.
No, she talked about it before. It's Slice of Life.
Yep, it's supposed to be.
It's the coffee shop.
Yep, it is the coffee shop that she decided on.
So not fantasy or sci-fi.
Oh, does he read those fantasy and sci-fi novels?
You'll see.
Ooh, we'll find out then.
I'm still not sure. Probably he'll be a normal slice of life.
Aw,
You'll have tough competition.
no kidding.
You're not wrong. I'll put some surreal elements in there. That's still gonna be tough competition. That's
Yeah.
what most authors do. Maybe I'll set it in a world where only humans exist. That's racist.
Oh yeah, that's Bobby.
Huh.
He likes the idea, maybe. Oh yeah.
Sounds a bit racist.
Yes! Get called out, bro!
Oh yes. You and I, Jayking, are. I know Zaruk has already played this, but we're calling it out. We already
Yep.
seeing what they're
But that
going
just
to
goes
say.
to show, yeah, that goes to show how good the writing is.
Yep. Yep.
That's the twist.
That we're all racist? Well,
Oh no, that's not a good twist. This is like the whole internet problem about the
Ooh.
importance of putting smiley faces and parody at the end of things these days.
well, I just got an achievement saying that I listened to every single song from this game.
Yep.
Wow.
Good luck, Deadpool, with that. I know I wouldn't be trusted with proofreading anything.
This isn't about racial supremacy. I imagine even in a world where only one race exists, problems will still appear anyway.
Preach.
Yeah.
Preach.
Discrimination and racism will still happen.
Preach.
Unfortunate, yep.
Unfortunate.
How can they be racist without other races?
Well, you see, they actually call it species in D&D. Differences in language, nationality, ideology, or even skin color.
Yep.
When everything's the same, the smallest differences will stand out.
If I could quote.
Fairly Odd Parent episode with the
Yeah,
gray
I
blobs.
I was also gonna think syndrome. When everyone's super, no one will be.
Yep.
Yep.
That's a very noteworthy quote from that movie for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Perhaps it's diversity that can teach us to look past the differences. Bottom line is, we'll always find a way to hate others.
Yep.
Actually, we have found scientifically, for the most part now, that when a group of people are left in a room and someone is asking for help, they did a scientific study and they've done like multiple groups of different sizes. Generally, especially if they're not guided by anything, people have, for the most part, I think it was like 9 out of 10 groups will always help the person in need.
Mhm.
Yay! For the most part.
Yay!
But that's only
For
if-
the most
I
part.
think.
It kind of makes
But
you
you
wonder
know,
about
we live in a
that one
society
group.
about being guided by things. Yep.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
I think the problem was it was like you had to press a button or something, and they were worried that by pressing the button, it would cause something else. Like since they knew that they were in a test.
Mm.
Oh,
from
yeah,
what I
that's
recall
it-
from that study.
Yeah, that's
It's been a while though.
That's the thing where they put like it's a really screwed up test. But the whole thing is that the person being tested sits in a room with a bunch of buttons, and they're told by the handler that, hey, there's someone on the other side of there, and every time you press one of these buttons, they're gonna get a shock,
Yeah.
and we're gonna scale up the shocks, and every time as the shocks at a certain point get worse, the person who's getting shocked, there is no one getting zapped. It's just someone with a with an
It's a
audio
recording,
feed.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a recording. Talks about how, it hurts them. They're starting to feel pain and like they've got heart issues, so this is not good. Like they want it to stop, but the handler keeps saying, please continue the test.
Yeah.
And majority of the time, if people were directed to, they would keep doing the test, even after there was no response from the
Mhm.
person beyond the glass, which it really screwed up the people who were being tested.
Yes.
It really messed them up.
Well,
Yeah.
we've done
Yeah.
so many terrible tests, including the Stanford prison test, which should never have been done.
God.
Oh,
God.
yeah.
Oh,
I
God.
remember
I read that
one.
book.
Yeah.
Oof. Yep.
Ugh.
Well, that doesn't really sound all that funny.
Hey, it's fantasy.
Yup.
That's what fiction's for, anyway. I have some thoughts about that I don't feel like I am prepared to handle that conversation today. Painting the what ifs.
That. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That even when I played the game, that hit me. Like, I get what she means. Like, how fiction and fantasy are supposed to paint the what ifs, but there are certain things that you shouldn't be asking.
Yeah, most certainly.
There are some things that even when the author doesn't intend for it to happen, it doesn't. It still happens anyway. And if the author says, "Oh, well, I didn't mean to," that doesn't mean that the bad consequence of their action still hasn't developed into a worse action that needs to be corrected.
Yeah. That's actually pretty interesting.
Is it?
Well, remember, this is a guy like this. Hyde's been alive for so long.
Yeah.
He
At least 200 years, right?
Yeah,
That's what he said?
at least.
Yeah, at least.
Oh, sorry, I'm playing with coins.
Oh, I was
I'll
gonna say.
I'll buy your book when it comes out. And I'll fly back here to have it signed.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
Oh, who's coming in now? Oh, yes, I voiced this character. I remember now.
Yes, you did.
The succubus, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Now, you'll recall I mentioned, like, before we ended the stream 2 weeks ago, this night is where things get a little tense.
Okay.
So,
Yep.
yeah.
Are we all ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi, everyone. Good evening, Miss Lua.
Hi there. How's it going?
Great, thanks. I saw the cigarette that she lighted up. I almost had the inclination to give her a smoker's voice, but I'm not going to due to the context of this conversation.
Yeah. Lua, please meet Hyde.
Nice to meet you, Mr. Hyde. I could move in my head so that people can see these captions. Go ahead then, Jay.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought that was Hyde talking. My bad. And Hyde, please meet Lua.
Hi.
Are you by yourself?
Yeah, just finished a meeting. I needed escape from my co-workers. So, I decided to come here instead.
Is Bailey's coming? Oh no.
He's not. He's a freelancer, remember? He's free to do whatever he wants. Oh!
Oh, is he?
Wasn't he drinking? Wasn't it the alcohol, was it? Because
Did he have an alcohol problem? No, I thought he was just named after alcohol.
Yeah, I don't quite remember. Zaruk?
Yeah, no, I'm not spoiling anything. Y'all
Okay.
just
No. Well, we're just confirming that wasn't something
he
discussed previously, right?
He's like, no. The last time he was here, he just he said he was gonna go drink his sorrows away, but he's not.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, but he's
I
not
do
an
remember that.
alcoholic.
Okay, good. I was
Okay.
gonna worry about that. That the one.
Because I do remember him talking about drinking his sorrows, and I was just like, I don't think. Because the thing is with alcoholism, which I have not experienced it, but I have seen others experience it.
Yep.
And did a little studying myself. Normally drinking your sorrows away can be a sign of it, but it wouldn't be the only thing that would have been mentioned there. There's a lot of other things that would have been there.
Yep.
And I'm sure this game's devs, with how intense they've gotten with a couple of these topics, would have probably definitely portrayed properly. Is everything okay?
To be honest, we haven't talked much since the other day.
Oh.
We should fix that with one drink then. Good idea. Thanks. I'm in the mood for a green tea latte. Green tea latte? Is there a problem? No, it's nothing. Sorry. Then a cup of green tea latte, please.
Now, you remember this is green tea and 2 shots of milk,
Yeah.
but you do remember why this is an interesting choice, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what he picked?
It's what he ordered. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's right. I remember that was the case, so gotta make sure that I got it correct. Where are you? Green tea,
Well, it'd be under
green
the-
tea, milk, and milk.
Yeah, green
Yep.
tea, milk.
All right, green tea, milk, and milk. Brew into your heart.
Which I would like to state, milk has natural sugars in it, and I
Yep.
feel like there should at least be 1 bar in the sweet section.
Yeah.
They're gonna put it for the green tea latte, but I guess that's me being finicky. It's also like how they put bitter as a really high bitter drink, and I personally don't find it bitter, so.
Your green tea latte is ready. Thank you. Ooh, nice sip noises. It felt like it was intoxicated in a way. Me basically hearing that without any ears. I don't know why, but I was suddenly longing for a green tea latte. Like, this drink really feels heartwarming. Call me pretentious, but I think drinks have the power to connect people's hearts. Boo! No, I can't.
Wow.
Boo! This card
Power
stinks!
of the It's the heart of the cards, but instead it's the heart of the coffee.
Heart of the coffee, heart of the tea.
That's surprisingly deep for a cup of tea.
Uh-huh.
Actually, tea has generally quite a lot of deep flavors, so.
Yeah.
Not that coffee doesn't have it.
By the way, about Bailey's, has he visited this place again? After our last meeting?
Not that I know of.
He hasn't. Oh.
Something's wrong with Hyde.
I should apologize for the commotion we caused. Please, don't worry about that.
Who is this Bailey's person you keep mentioning?
Oh boy.
Bailey's is... or was... I don't know. My boyfriend. We had a little fight a few days ago.
About what?
He's an elf, I'm a succubus. Hey, is it okay for him to just ask her like that?
You tell me.
Dude, I'm just a customer. You're the owner of this place.
It's an old problem. I'm a succubus, and he's an elf.
The usual racial problems then?
Wow, Hyde. Shows all some manners will be on.
What? I'm just following up on the questions you started.
It's all right. Bailey's and I have different views on the importance of family. His family is pretty close, and usually they're supportive. But when it comes to dating an elf, they fear that I'll be treated like a peasant. Bailey's, on the other hand, he comes from a well-respected elven family. They can be cagey at times, I get it. But for whatever reason, he took his family for granted. It's not surprising that his family would disagree with the relationship.
So I should probably preface this with something.
Okay.
If you do unlock them at the end of the game if you do really well, but if you pre-ordered or kickstarted the game, because this was kickstarted,
Oh, really?
you would get access to some small comic panels that kind of gave background to a lot of the characters.
Okay.
And a lot of them had to do with the character's background or where their past or where they were before they came here. And the thing about Hyde is that, you see, having lived so long, Hyde has no filter. Hyde simply speaks his mind, which is why having Gala around is so important, because Gala keeps Hyde grounded, basically.
Oh, yep.
And the thing is, what y'all been noticing is Hyde keeps looking at his phone. That's Gala saying that he's running late.
Oh.
Which to hide translates to, okay, I'm going to say what I want to say.
Okay.
And there's no
got
one to
it.
stop me.
All right, so it's gonna get pretty intense then in this case, huh?
Yeah. Well, I mean, Elf Boy has been around for a long time, right?
Bailey's is pretty young by Elven standards.
Oh,
Okay.
I see.
I just didn't know if he was older or younger than Hyde, because he seems to
A
know
lot
when to
younger.
hold his. Yeah.
A lot younger. You don't sound like most succubi I know.
Oh wow.
How's
But
your
he
boyfriend?
does work in the modeling industry.
How's your
so-
boyfriend dealing with this?
He said we should just keep going. Just the same as we have been for the last 10 years.
So you've been together for 10 years as a couple. And he's suggesting that both of you should just go on as usual. I mean, your relationship for the past 10 years, that was without familial approval, right?
Well, yes. But I want our relationship to move forward. I want a family.
Did he disagree with the idea of marrying you?
No, quite the opposite. He wanted to marry me.
What's the problem then?
Hyde.
It's not that simple.
His family will disown him.
Yes.
He wants to marry you, even if he has to leave his family.
Yes.
Problem solved then.
It gets a little more deep.
Why do you have to care so much about what his or your family thinks?
That's also true, but
Just marry him. Make a family of your own.
It's not that simple! Oh, I sounded a little grassy there. I don't want to be held responsible. If he regrets his decision one day, abandoning one's family is not a solution. What if marrying me is a mistake? What if he regrets leaving his family? I can't take that kind of responsibility. I can't let him make that sacrifice.
Did you ever think about the risks when you started dating him?
Ooh, the bluntness is continuing. Yes. No. Maybe a little bit. We didn't think it would go this far.
From what I can see, you're the problem. From what I can see,
oh boy,
you're the problem here. You're pretty greedy for wanting it all.
Ooh.
Him, family approval. If you're asking for racial reconciliation, might as well ask for world peace.
Old man, stop talking. Lua, if I may ask, do you want to marry Bailey's?
I love him. Of course I do. Even so, I can't let him leave his family for me. It would be selfish, because I can't do the same for him. I love my family so much, no matter how messy they are.
Well, that's difficult. So, you're forcing your boyfriend to have the same life as you have. That blood is thicker than water mentality won't work.
Which is misquoted.
I know.
Oh,
Yeah, it is. It is.
Misquoted. Hi, you should know better.
You should know better, Hyde. You're 200 years old.
Here's the thing, he does. That's actually one of the things that you pick up on. Like, I'll talk about this afterward, but yeah, he knows that.
Continue.
Okay.
Not every family is worth fighting for, you know.
Some are.
Not his.
Have you ever met Bailey's family?
No. They always rejected the idea.
Did he try to introduce you to them?
He did.
You can't have it all, lady.
I noticed the detail where Freya is getting smaller by the second. Her presence here is being completely swallowed up by Hyde's insistence on being blunt on the situation. That's actually a good detail. Freya is basically trying her best to kind of talk some more about the conversation in a more
She's trying to be
respectful way.
the mitigator
Yeah,
because
the
they're having a
mitigator.
fight.
But her influence is shrinking by the longer this conversation goes. Nice detail, I think.
Mm-hmm. This is not a fairy tale. This is not a story where some fairy godmother will suddenly appear and grant your wishes. This is how things go in real life. You have to take chances and make sacrifices. And you choose which one is the best for you. Pretty simple.
I'm sorry. I have to leave. I hate to be the girl who always runs away. But thank you for the advice. Take care on your way, Miss Lua. I will.
Bye. Time for a new fight. Ready, set, go. Freya versus Hyde.
Oh, she's looking at him now. Like, what?
Oh
the-
yeah. You were super harsh, old man.
But you agree with me, don't you?
Well, actually, I'm of the opinion that, generally speaking,
And nobody
being
asked.
being blunt never really actually solves anything, and it generally increases people's tendency to defend themselves. So it just makes everything worse because they fall back and hide further into their hole of their position rather than actually dealing with the circumstance at hand, unless it is a person that they believe is well trusted, which they literally only just met, so it's not gonna be Hyde.
But
You didn't have
yeah.
to say it so harshly, you know.
Go ahead, Zaruk.
Well, no, I was just saying that he does understand that. I think one of the things that's really cool about Hyde is that I do think Lua needed the wake up call.
Oh,
and
for sure.
Yeah.
no one was giving it to her. Now, granted, it wasn't Hyde's place to be the one to do it, but notice that none of it was ever like. First of all, he never raised his voice at her,
No.
ever. He just delivered the facts as he saw it as an outsider, and he asked the genuine questions. He's like, does he want to marry you? Do you want to get married? It was never, the whole like, what about him? What about him? No,
Yeah.
it was. He asked her, what do you want?
That's
And when
actually-
she could, and when she.
Go ahead.
sorry,
I'm
I was-
sorry.
yeah,
I keep
I was
cutting
just gonna
into
say,
the conversation
when she
there.
couldn't give him a straight answer, that's when he basically started probing and prodding. It wasn't to be aggressive. It was basically his way of seeing, like, do you really believe your own convictions? Or are
Yeah.
you waiting for someone to tell you what you want?
Mhm.
Now, granted, it kind of speaks more to Hyde's character, because remember, Hyde is like, this is the second time we've met him or
Yep.
seen him. And
Yeah.
just from, the way he is, and again, I know you can't, read body language. It's a pseudo-science kind of thing. But one thing that is true is you can
There's cultural
Yeah.
things that a lot of people pretend that that
Mhm.
body language is real, and what Hyde is doing.
Oh, yeah.
is
But the
being
thing,
portrayed that way.
yeah. But the thing I like about Hyde and his body language is that whenever he was, in deep thought or was asking the really poignant questions, that was the pose he took. His hands crossed, just thinking about it. So he thought about every question he asked. It was not like how many random things can I ask? No, it was what's the right question here? And each one led into something else. Now, granted, he should have apologized,
Yeah.
should.
but he should have apologized. But in his mind, as you just heard, he didn't defend himself. He just said, that I'm right. Because he is, but Hyde has been alive for so long
Mhm.
and probably has done so many different jobs and worked with so many different people that he basically figures, pardon my language, but he probably figures, fuck it, I'm just going to be blunt because that's something everyone understands.
Yep.
Though, as you said, Jay, sometimes it's not the right approach.
Also, there is something to keep in mind here I don't entirely agree that he was right either, technically. Like, he was making sure that she was clear on what her stance was, because it seemed like she wasn't clear on it. But wanting to have both your family and your relationship work out, especially if you're from a very familial culture, which it sounds like for her at least. She is. So I don't even think he really is right, because I guess what I'm trying to say is, generally speaking, war is the easy way out in a lot of situations. And he's basically kind of telling her to incite war when peace, which is always the harder thing to do, is the correct path.
But the problem is, but as he kind of, excuse me.
No worries.
Felt like I'm gonna sneeze for.
There you go. You let it out. Let that beast out of your system.
So I think what he was also trying to point out to her was that it almost felt like she wasn't willing to put her foot down on things, because, like, I'll let y'all know now, minor spoiler, but Bailey's will get to talk with someone else and we'll get his perspective.
I see.
Yeah.
But Hyde wasn't being, I don't feel like he was coming off as, I'm literally trying to rile you up. It was more like, okay, do you, like I said, do you believe what you're saying? And if you do, like, how far are you willing to compromise? Because he did say, y'all heard him, he was like, you're pretty greedy for wanting it all. Which, again, if we could all have that perfect thing where everything went our way, of course we'd want that. But the reason
but she's not. She knows that her family.
Oh yeah, well, I wasn't finished. Yeah, I wasn't finished
sorry.
yet. No, it's cool. Because I was gonna say, but Hyde is at fault because he doesn't understand the familial side like she does. I believe one of the creators said that succubi have familial connections very similar to Latino families.
Okay, yeah, so it's really intense.
It's very intense. And Hyde doesn't, like, again, when you live as long as Hyde does, I'm not saying this is him, because we've seen that he actually does know how to connect with people, but I have a feeling that kind of, like,
well, I feel like the life of a vampire in general. Now, obviously, I don't know if the game has taken liberties or changed the lore. At least from my understanding of vampirism, it's like someone churns you, and you're just kind of, maybe you're the thrall of that person, which it doesn't sound like that's the case in this sort of story situation. But when you do turn, you're just basically on your own taking care of yourself. So you don't you live basically in an extremely independent society. Yeah,
and the other thing about it I was trying that I was going to mention was that he's been alive so long, connections and that kind of stuff is probably, it's not foreign to him, but it's probably a little bit harder. Just think about it. If you live that long,
you start getting jaded over the I think for a lot of people, especially when they have lived that long, you start getting partially jaded or held in older ways about the ephemeral of everything. I could see that, which is one of the main things that I like talking about in books, but I think I've got a lot of problems with what Hyde's argument is. And I know he wasn't trying to start an argument. He was trying to get her to understand what she wanted. But she's not really actually asking for much. She just wants to make sure. And I think the main problem, which maybe they'll be discussed later, which I kind of have a sense that even when you told me technically it's a spoiler, he's going to have his own thing, I had a feeling it was probably going to happen as well. And I have a guess to what his lifestyle is like, if it's based off of some of the experiences I know of the type of lifestyle that is similar to Bailey's that I am aware of. It's not he needs to communicate with her that of the importance that he has for her family, I think.
We'll find out more details about that as the game progresses, because these has been so good conversations. I didn't want to interject at all during
No, we should continue.
Well, at the same time as I'm like listening to both of your perspectives, it's like both of you basically have good points to kind of add to the entire conversation. It's not simply a black and white situation that can just be clear and concise. A lot of
Yeah,
hoops.
especially since it sounds like, from what Bailey's has discussed with his family, that there's definitely some sort of financial abuse going on potentially, or at least, I don't know, elven longevity, magic abuse, sci-fi, fantasy sci-fi stuff.
So I just
Going
wanted to
on.
double check. Did you already read this line?
I'm going to read it again because I don't remember.
Okay,
You didn't have to say it so harshly, you know. What are you doing here by yourself anyway? Trying to pick a fight with everyone?
Oh, please, I don't pick fights. I finish them.
Accurate, though.
Yeah, that is accurate.
But I'm simply waiting for a friend.
And this might be the friend.
Right, maybe?
Oh, there he is.
Yes, it's Aru.
Good evening, everyone.
Hey, Gala.
How are you doing, Freya?
I'm fine. But your friend here is one hell of a troublemaker.
What did you do this time, Hyde?
Stated facts.
Harshly.
To someone that needed it.
But not the way you said it.
Oh, God. Okay, this hits home so much for me because one of the problems I have with being on the spectrum, and everyone tells me this, including my family especially, look, when I tell people something, I'm not trying to pick fights with people, but if you are objectively fucking wrong, I am going to tell you to your face, and I'm going to be blunt about it because, again, I don't believe in, there's a difference between someone not knowing something and a difference between someone knowing better and still choosing the stupid choice.
Yeah,
So,
I do have a habit of doing that myself on a few occasions myself. I will wholeheartedly admit that.
So like Freya said,
I've done that definitely before as well. I'm just, I've heard people use that for the facts over feelings argument, and I think a lot of those times, those people, especially since we're all on the spectrum here, that when we may think that it sounds like facts a lot of times because we perceive it as facts, because to us we're just like, this is what we know of information. But I think because we lack sometimes the intuitiveness to pick up on things, we have a tendency to not realize that the facts that we have are not all the facts.
Yeah. And no, I don't believe in the whole facts over feelings thing. I personally think that both have to have a place in things, because even if you're right, you still need to understand someone's emotional state and how they feel. My problem, what I'm getting at, is that if someone is, needs to hear something, or, either because they're wrong and they should know better, or it might be something that's going to put them in danger or put them at risk and they need to know it. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to, if it needs to be said, I'm not going to use it gently, because you need to hear it. And the people I do that with, it's the people who know me well enough to know that I wouldn't be speaking to you this way if I wasn't serious about it.
Yeah.
And you normally probably only do it for your close friends.
Yes, or family. Yes.
Yeah, that would make sense. Not to a random stranger. I'll do.
No, in that case, I'd be the ultimate asshole.
Yeah,
no.
That would be the case. I try not to go about in that territory either. For me, it's don't even try to get this mindset to someone that you hardly even know. Don't go with that route. But let me order a drink first. Oh, sorry, I clicked off the screen there.
The flash of lightning, yeah!
Flashbang! Flashbang!
Then you folks tell me about what happened. What are you having this evening, sir? Do you remember my fury remedy? I mentioned it a couple of days ago.
Well, actually, it was a couple of weeks ago.
Well, technically for us, but for them, it's been days. Work is going by so swiftly with time. The one with ginger and caffeine? Yes. Could you help me try to figure out what it is? Sure. Should I try mixing the ginger with tea? Yes. Tea, ginger. And I'm still not sure what the last one might be. Okay, I'll try experimenting with it. You'll know when you get it right. All right. So we got tea, and ginger.
Oh, was there another ingredient in it last?
There is.
Yep, I'm
Did we
trying to
talk
think
about
what the
it?
last ingredient was.
Was it honey or milk?
I don't think we have it on the list here yet either.
Yeah, you do.
No. We
Oh,
do?
Okay.
You don't have the drink in question on list, but you have all the ingredients to make it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm just trying to remember if it was
Yeah.
honey or milk in it.
Yeah. I'm just trying to figure it out myself, and I'm. What is it again? Is it? No, not that. It's not. That's Oh, what has it been? What has it been? I might need some groundwork. My mind is all but a frazzled lump.
It's all right. It's tea, milk, and ginger.
I knew it. I knew it was gonna have something with ginger, but I was doubting myself. I do that so many times.
Well, I mean, he said ginger.
Okay.
He said there was ginger in it, and the last drink we had was ginger and coffee. And he said that was not quite it, and so that's why he's suggesting tea. I just couldn't remember what the third ingredient was.
So, tea, milk, and ginger, was it?
Correct.
So that all together like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh.
And when he says you'll know when you get it right, you'll see why.
Okay. Let's see.
Again, we're not peeling that ginger. That poor ginger.
Oh. Is that
Oh,
the
got a
reason
little wolf
why?
face on it.
Yep.
Yeah, Galahad.
Galahad, yes. Okay, we know we got it right here. Yes, look at that. And you know what? I'm proud of that. Let's try this one. Thank you, Cuddly Muffin. Ooh. This might be it. Are you sure? I'm not 100% sure. But please make a note of it in case of emergency. Will do. Okay, now I'm ready for the story. So, tell me what happened.
She's a better storyteller than me.
All right, so there's this girl.
Oh, good. It's a flash. It's a.
Yeah, of course it's gonna. They're not gonna let us sit with Freya reading the whole thing, and that's about it.
Oh, he's giving that look.
He knows what his friend did wrong.
Hide, oh, hide. You never change, do you?
And you love me for it. Oh, both of you are going to judge me for being honest now?
Dude, honesty is good and all, but you know, try not to be a dick.
And that in and of itself is like, at least Hyde is not, doing the thing of like being an asshole and then saying, I'm only being honest. No, he was genuinely being honest from a good place.
Oh,
which is,
I know.
Yeah, which is kind of why he's feeling probably a little defensive right now. Because it's like, I just told the truth.
Listen,
But like,
listen to her, Hyde. She's got a good point.
ugh,
I'm being
not
mothered.
you two.
I was a bit surprised, though. Usually, you don't bother with this kind of thing. I've seen you actively avoid it.
Huh. You do know me.
We've been friends for years.
Yeah, of course.
He says it as he stares into my belly button eye. It's like, hey, don't distract yourself now. Oh, yeah.
I don't know why I got involved in that discussion.
Search your feelings. You know this to be true.
Oh, not that corny sci-fi movie again.
No! No!
I guess the vibe in this place is seeped into me.
I understand. This place does have that special magic.
Now, is it the special magic that's in the one book called Tea and... Oh, shoot, no, what was that?
Tea for Tillerman?
No. It's a fantasy book. Oh, Tea and Legends and Lattes. I love that book.
Also doing this for you, as usual.
Thank you.
It's funny.
I was about to say.
With that line, not exactly a good magic. I got the magic in me.
Is that
Sorry.
Which it wasn't a good magic in that book either.
Yeah.
It's about an orc who starts a coffee shop and the stuff that happens from the orc starting her coffee shop.
That sounds really cool, though. Actually,
It's a very chill, like it's called Legends and Lattes, and it has a prequel in case you want like the extra zesty, more adventure-y. But the original book is like a very chill slice of life kind of book about the orc trying to set up their coffee shop, dealing with the local troubles of trying to set up a coffee shop and all that stuff. It was in a fantasy setting and getting all the ingredients they need in order to start the coffee shop after retiring as an adventurer. So it's pretty fun. I really recommend it. It's by Travis, I think. Well, hold on, let me look it up.
Travis Touchdown?
Travis Baldry.
Ooh, Baldry.
Yes.
All right. You're not exactly a good magic, I see.
Yep. Judging from the reaction I received today.
He also apparently worked on Torchlight,
Ooh.
narrating their audiobooks.
Oh. Don't worry, I got you, Jay. You can read.
I can. You may be right.
Oh, yeah. Oh. But it may be a lunatic you're looking for.
But there are better ways to say what you have in mind. Anyway, I've got to go.
No, don't leave me with them.
I was supposed to write a book, and I definitely am not doing that right now.
So soon?
It's past midnight. I need to get some sleep.
Take care on your way, Freya.
Sleep tight.
See you guys. Made some new friends and sassed them out for their shit.
Yep. That's just the life.
That's just the life.
Why are you staring at me like that?
Nothing. What do you want to talk about when you told me to meet you here?
Oh boy, we gotta talk about his problems.
I was just bored. And that's the surest way to make you come out.
Of the closet?
No, to leave the hospital and come see me.
Maybe it's a closet within that hospital. Seriously.
I thought the story from Freya was enough to fill your daily dose of interaction.
To be fair, you don't want to be an agoraphobe in the in the work industry either.
Nope. Well,
in the health hospital industry, so.
Well, it was something indeed.
You said something about being my friend for years.
Yes, why?
Do you ever wonder what we'd be like if we hadn't met?
What do you mean? Oh, he's being cryptic about it, isn't he? Oh.
Forget it. It's late anyway.
Is he saying he would have been a lot more cold-blooded and mean?
Yes, that is
and
exactly.
And maybe even more racist than he...
Not racist, but he...
Well,
but in one of the prequel comics... Sorry, I just want to put in the... They don't really give you a lot of information here, because they do describe a certain event that happens between the two.
About the war.
No, not the war. There's an event that happens when Gala is Hyde's bodyguard. That was like 50, 60 years ago.
Okay.
They do talk about that event. The comic gives you the follow-up after the event.
I see.
So, yeah.
I thought we were getting like a prequel to the Underworld movies here. The Lycan Wars.
It's late anyway. I need to get back.
Can't you just get front already? Huh.
All right, Cuddlymuffin. Thanks for the evening.
The pleasure was mine.
Bye-bye.
He's like, did I say something wrong?
Yeah. What was that?
Yep, there you go.
You know him better than I do, Mr. Gala. Care for another drink to end the day? Sure. Cafe latte, a caffeine boost dominated by milk. We have made it to the next day! Yay! It took us over an hour and a half, but we did it!
Worth it.
reveals this was a pre-recorded pre-stream and now starts the real stream event. I mean, I normally would start at 7 p.m. so it could have started then. But now we have made it to the weekend.
So for this, I'm looking at the 3 people who are coming tonight in game. I'm gonna let y'all voice them.
Oh, fun!
Because 2 new characters.
Okay.
And I honestly think y'all will do them more justice than I could. So I'm gonna leave that to y'all.
You think that we will basically know that we're a right fit for the characters like right when we see them?
Oh, you'll know. You'll see.
What if Jay wants to voice the one that looks for like my part though, huh?
All the better. You'll see.
We'll see. We'll figure it out.
All right. September 26, 2020. Let's look. Oh, it's time for the ads.
It's the newspaper. Oh,
Yeah.
Is it the ads too?
Well, not
Or is
really.
it-
Just the
okay.
newspaper.
Okay, the newspaper. Sorry, I was like, oh no, are the ads going? Because I know they're
get
supposed to go
that
once
reference.
an hour.
I get this reference.
Okay. The Evening Whispers, free of charge, Saturday, September 26, 2020. Opinion: who watches The Watchmen in Seattle? References.
Yay!
Atlantic countries plead for landfolk to send help instead of trash. Actually, a big thing that happened, and still happens right now because a lot of if I'm correct, I don't know if it's Indonesia or Malaysia. One of those countries, the U.S. has dumped so much trash there.
Yeah.
That it's taking up islands of land.
Yeah, because the developers behind this game is like an Indonesian game developer, correct?
Yep.
So it's probably they're talking about the Indonesian one.
Probably.
One
Cats
thing though,
are.
this
yes.
is Atlantic countries.
Yeah.
I know, but you
know.
know, there are Atlantic countries, like for instance, Norway right now is trying to buy people's trash because they don't make enough trash for the science that they're developing for the energy. And in there are other countries in the Pacific, for example, with Japan, with how rigorous their what do you call it? Rigorous their recycling program is. That they produce almost no trash for the most part.
Oh. Yep, I can definitely see that. Even with my limited scope. Also, imagine the Seattle Watchmen team that are a Stone and Gear Gola basketball team. They would be like the Harlem Globetrotters, but better. I can only
Cats are the best creatures on Earth. Research has proven. Accurate.
And we're totally gonna ignore the fact that all the researchers were Neko Mimis, but
definitely.
All right, let's see here. Welcome. Oh. Welcome. Were you thinking that this was the character I was gonna voice?
Yeah. So.
I agree.
Thing to note, so I've seen a lot of people play this game, and I've seen a lot of people get to this character, and they all give him different voices. When I played the game, I gave him a voice like this because he sound like he's in a spacesuit and he's very curious. So I wanted to make him sound like an explorer or an alien. I've seen one person give him like a Darth Vader voice because of the suit.
Yeah.
And then there's some people who just speak normally but put a filter over it.
So maybe if I talk like this, would this be curious?
That actually works really well.
Okay.
I think you should take it.
Okay, that I will.
Oh, I should mention also, do y'all want to guess what his name is?
NASA?
Rover.
Y'all are in the ballpark.
Not quite
but,
though. We're not
yeah,
quite
not
there.
quite. Narrow it down a bit more to like not the tech, not the the administration. Think famous people.
Neil Armstrong?
His name's Neil.
Neil. Okay, that makes sense.
Okay, that does make sense now. Hello there.
But
Oh, hold on here. It flashed again.
Ah.
Good evening. And again. Good evening, sir?
Ah, the usual Earthling linguistic problem. We will never get used to it.
Is it okay if I call you sir?
Definitely. You can call us whatever you like. We do not mind a bit.
Muffin.
Yes.
I don't know if it's happening on your stream, but your Discord is definitely cutting you off.
Oh,
So I don't know if that's your microphone or the Discord. So
it could
just
be the
keep that in mind.
Discord. It could be the Discord because I have done it with the microphone in the bed, and they have told me before that I still have the megaphone FX still on.
Okay.
So
Just wanted to confirm. We're
So,
good.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick. Y'all continue. Be right back.
okay. Well, we got Zaruk's permission. Do you want to order anything, sir?
Oh yes, we have to communicate our order. Please pardon us. What do you recommend? We will not be able to taste the difference anyway.
What do you mean?
It is all right. Forget it. What is the most expensive drink here?
Everything's the same price in this coffee shop. That's actually kind of rare, isn't it? This coming from a blob that doesn't really go to a lot of coffee shops. They normally have different prices for each of their drinks, but it's not very common for them to have the same price, is it?
Yeah, no, definitely not. Because different ingredients cost more. Like, for
Yeah.
instance, matcha would be more expensive
Yeah.
than
That's what I figured.
most black teas.
I figured
not
like
all of
some
them.
ingredients would be more pricier to try and get than others.
Plus, there's things like, for instance, with what's going on right now with the bird flu, there will be times where the price of eggs and milk will go up.
Yep.
So you'll need to
Oh,
adjust
yeah.
your pricing to go
Mhm.
and match that
Yep,
in order
especially
to cover the cost. Or
Mhm.
if you don't, for some reason, want to change the price, you'd have to take it in the back end and lose some money for doing
Yeah,
that.
that's what I figured, especially when shortages happen too. That can definitely increase it. Oh, thank you for letting me know the voice fits. Good to hear.
Really? Well, that is interesting. Unlike other places we have visited so far.
Have you decided on what to order then?
Okay, we would like to order anything.
Anything? Ah! I clicked off the screen again! It's so
How can you
tricky.
do this?
I'm sorry. How can this happen to you? I made my mistake. Oh, that was a good wheeze right there. I have to admit, I never knew that I had the wheezing capabilities in terms of my laughs. I'm surprising myself. Wait, did you just say smeg in the comment there? We're just going to have a lovely time. Oh, Journey. Yep, I get that reference.
Anything.
Anything, huh? So this is probably why Zaruk... Oh, Zaruk, have you returned? I thought I saw his motion basically going on. Oh, you know, that's a show that I've never watched before. Red Dwarf. Have you, Jayking?
Doesn't sound familiar, but that doesn't mean I haven't.
It's that British sci-fi show, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. I heard a lot of good things about it though, but I just never had the time to watch it personally. Maybe that might be a future Discord watch along.
Hey,
Over
I'm back.
at my server.
I'm looking at it and I have not watched it before. At
Okay.
least that I'm aware.
So looks like Neo here wants anything, so we could just make anything that we want, or is
You
there-
can, but if you want to complete the drink list, I've got one for you.
Oh, good.
Yes.
Show me.
Coffee, coffee, and lemon.
Coffee, coffee, and lemon. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Coffee, coffee, lemon. Let's brew this.
Apparently this is a real thing.
Yeah, it is.
Black lemon. So it kind of like, oh. Well, probably we won't be trying it out anytime soon.
Normally black lemon is used with certain types of coffee that would, in which the lemon, the fragrance of the more fragrant properties of the lemon would be, and with a good lemon type of too, would enhance the acidic flavors of the coffee itself. If I'm correct, it's generally with like Arabica.
Oh, I thought you said something else there for a moment.
Yeah, no, I'm not familiar with coffee, so take that with a grain of salt. So.
Also, I'm doing this real quick for you, so you are familiar. There you go. No indication there. Your drink is ready, sir. I hope it's to your liking.
Don't worry, it will not matter to us. Okay, let us drink this. Ha!
Muffin, please.
He drinks with his finger.
Yes?
Oh, nothing.
Okay.
Excuse me, sir.
Yes?
Why did you put your finger in the drink?
That's a very strange question. We are drinking it, of course.
Drinking it?
Yes, drinking it.
This is so awkward and I love it.
Oh yes, of course. We almost forgot. Earthlings use the speaking organ to drink. We use our appendages to drink. Using a
How do you pronounce that word?
Polypropylene, right?
Polypropylene.
Polypropylene. Got it. I needed to just stop
Isn't that one of the characters coming up in the new Stalking anime? In the.
You mean the boy toys?
Yeah, the two boy toys.
That's gonna be interesting.
Wait, that's real? I thought that was a joke.
They just released a teaser.
You do realize the original, what is it, Panty and Stocking?
Panty and Stocking. Do not cite the ancient anime to me. I was there when it was released.
I know, but I'm just making sure you're aware that the entire time that they were producing that show, they were drunk every single pitch meeting, right?
Yeah, of course.
So why wouldn't they be drunk every single pitch meeting for the new show?
It's tradition.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, before I continue on with this, the sentence, how do you pronounce it again?
Polypropylene.
Polypropylene. Got it.
Using a polypropylene drinking apparatus is provided for us to use. Ah! Not again!
I think I might need to look up what polypropylene means. I'm gonna laugh if it's just a fancy word for straw.
It's a type of plastic. It's also used in a lot of leather.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, why they used that as the character's name in the new Stocking, the Panty and Stocking anime.
Okay.
Because I think the other one's also named after, like, it's polyester and polypropylene, right?
Something like that.
I think you may be correct. Pardon?
It is what you call plastic in the shape of a long
There it is.
tubular stick.
You mean a straw?
Yes, we wonder why Earthlings rely on it so much. Mostly you can drink without it. Yet the plastic stick apparatus was provided on 87.76% of all drinking occasions we encountered, and has become one of the biggest single-use pollutants on your planet.
Wrong! I can't believe they're spreading that lie. I hate it.
What is the single most pollutant then in this case, Jay? If you wanted to fact check, go ahead.
Fishing nets from overfishing
Yeah,
are generally
I
the
can see
main
that,
pollutants.
actually. I can see that being the
Because
single
of
most pollutant.
The issue with the straw myth, which it's a myth by the way, is it also pushes the narrative that you as the consumer are the reason that all the animals on the earth are dying, when generally speaking it's been quite known now for the past 5 years. And many companies are getting sued by the state of California for propagating recycling myths that were not correct at all.
No, I can see it.
As the majority of plastics cannot be recycled.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. That it's always the consumer's fault that the planet is on fire essentially right now.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. They always make us the scapegoat in that situation.
Yeah, it's easy. It's much easier for those corporations because then they don't have to pay anything.
Yep.
To blame the consumer. Not saying that consumers shouldn't try to do their best to reduce their carbon footprint, but it's up to consumers to try to convince people to tell the corporations to stop ruining the planet.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh yeah, no, I agree. That's obviously the craziest part about this whole thing.
Yep.
But I'm just saying, the fact that this video game didn't double check that is crazy too. Unless that's supposed to be a fault in his character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hope that's a fault in his character.
More than likely it is, I'm thinking. Anyway, how do you drink with a straw?
The same as we just did. But thanks to the plastic stick apparatus, we do not need to put our appendages into the liquid mixture you call drinks. It is very convenient. Perhaps convenience takes higher priority in athletes' decision-making processes.
Straws are actually really... plastic straws are extremely really useful just because of the fact especially the ones that are bendable, for a lot of disabled folks, because they don't like absorb heat as much as like a metal straw.
Yeah.
And they're more stiff than like a silicone and paper straw, which could potentially disintegrate with that. So actually, plastic straws are kind of important to the industry, and I really hate the fact that we demonize it. 'Cause a lot of disabled people now have no access, are having a tough time getting access to straws. Now, some people, luckily, I think California and Seattle both did this after the backlash because they realized the importance of straws, that they basically made it so you can at least now ask for straws, but people like us don't like asking people for things if we need it.
We oftentimes go with the gritty.
Yep.
And that can mean
continue.
so many other things the way that I just phrased it right now.
Yes.
I see. I guess people won't suspect a thing if you put your hands on a straw.
Affirmative.
By the way, you said you just arrived. Where did you come from, sir?
Far. It would be too complicated to tell you all the details. But we can tell you one thing. We have a mission here.
A mission?
Yes.
What kind of mission?
Find what the Earthlies call a quote-unquote female.
Is he here to mate? You're not gonna spoil it, are you?
Oh no, because Neil is one of the most interesting characters. So.
Yeah, I can see that now. I'm already invested. This is gonna go quite swimmingly, I think. Oh, I'm interested. And then?
Breed.
So you came from a faraway place to find a date.
Date? Our mission does not have anything to do with your understanding of time.
No, I'm not talking about that kind of date.
Oh, pardon us. But no, our mission also does not have anything to do with fruits.
Are we talking about the edible fruits, or are we talking about a different type of fruits? That's what
he's talking about the edible kind.
Okay, I was gonna
He
say.
does that's the thing about Neil that's really funny and interesting is that he basically, because he doesn't understand context very well, he just grabs whatever word, like he grabs the different meanings of different words.
I suppose it would be lonely between warp jumps. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I wasn't talking about that kind of date either.
Oh, pardon us again. Your language is extremely confusing sometimes.
Don't worry about it. We also struggle with our own languages.
Earthlings really need to work on their communication. There are so many ways to make communication more direct and simple. Of all the places we have been to, this place has the worst communication methods.
Can't argue with that. So, how's the mission so far?
Not good. We are using this unique communication application. According to our data, it is the biggest source of breeding interaction on Earth.
Oh, Tinder.
I was going to say. That's probably it, but let's see.
Although, the success rate of the breeding is not as high as the interaction.
Huh? I never heard about... Wait. Are you talking about a dating app?
The system used the fire symbol as the sign.
It's Tinder.
Tinder.
It is.
Oh, this is getting to be so fun already. As I say that with my microphone setting on.
You are talking about a dating app.
But again, we found some contradictions in the application.
What do you mean?
According to our understanding of the application, it requires the person that interacts with it to swipe left or right. If you swipe left, it means you do not want to breed. If you swipe right, it means you do want to breed.
Okay, so for anyone who's listening and has never played this game, please understand he's not a creep, I promise you. He like genuinely does want a relationship.
It's not being translated well, you know?
Yeah.
He's an alien.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basic. I'm already getting that assumption already. He doesn't seem like some sort of predator out on the streets trying to just simply breed with others. It's like something that he is looking that they or we are looking for in this.
Also, really funny thing about Neil is because he doesn't have a face, they created a ton of animations for him that you're gonna see.
Oh,
You'll
kind
see.
of like a Rorschach test?
Oh, no. It's not his helmet. It's his. It's what his hands and everything do.
Oh.
You'll see.
Oh. You check to see if your roast is burning?
Also, I just have a question. From what I recall, isn't there like a TV show or something where the astronaut spacesuit has like a little straw that comes out of like his pointer finger?
I'm trying to remember which show that is. I don't quite recall.
I really wish I remembered what show it is because it's bothering me.
I literally can't remember.
Yeah, unfortunately, I wouldn't be able to assist you on that. I really haven't been watching a lot of sci-fi related movies or shows as of late.
I don't either, which means it's probably a really big sci-fi thing if I remember it, because I don't really watch sci-fi.
Yeah, that's gonna bug me. Now it's gonna be embedded into my head and probably haunting my dreams now. I'm gonna have an astronaut man basically have one of his appendages put out a straw and try to tickle me with it. This is what you brought into my memory, Jayking. I hope you're happy about that.
Well, you know, that's life.
That's life.
Yeah, that's life.
Okay, now I'll continue on with the conversation.
They can commence the introduction.
Discussing breeding.
They can commence the introduction to the breeding process.
It didn't go well, I assume?
Most of them started communicating with very big letters on the communication platform, and they said some words that cannot be considered proper.
Oh.
He's using Tinder to get an actual relationship.
I
That's
love
a
the
mistake.
finger pointing here. It's like,
It's
it's
cute.
like a nice timid motion. Ah. I don't know what to say about that.
This is probably before they started making more dating apps, so most of them now are just
Yeah.
inundated with just being really difficult to make any relationships on them.
But you said most of them. Some of them actually did not get mad?
Oh, some of them are laughing with texts.
Did you get to meet them?
We set up meetings. Many of them did not appear.
But some did?
Yes, but we got confused with the way they communicate.
Is it Hellboy? I don't know
Is
if
it a
it's
Hellboy thing?
I'm trying
Maybe
to
it is a
remember. Are we
Hellboy thing.
talking about like in the actual comics? Are we talking about the Ron Perlman,
might
Guillermo
have
del
been in the
Toro movies?
movie.
Are we talking about? I forgot they made a Hellboy movie last year. I forgot that they actually made one last year with another entirely different actor. It's like, oh my god. Now that movie's stuck in my head now. All those same locations. Yeah.
I could see it potentially being Hellboy. I can't find the clip for it though.
Yeah,
if it
I
is
can't picture
Hellboy.
it in my mind right now, but there were happen a few quirky things here and there with either the first or the second one.
No outcome from the meetings, even though we decide to go to various recommended places according to our database.
And this coffee shop happens to be one of the recommended places. Oh, they're gonna have a date here? Oh. Are you telling me the
fun.
person that Jayking might be having a date with Neo here is gonna be the person they are best suitable for?
No,
Oh.
it'll be someone else.
Okay, I was gonna say.
Yes!
No.
Interesting. Then you're here to meet someone?
Yes! But she should have arrived some time ago. Maybe.
Oh no.
Maybe each Earthling also has different interpretations of time.
You're right about that. Oh, wait, I know.
Oh!
It's-
I've already done the voice of this character.
Wait, it must
All right,
be
so
She showed
So-
up before. She
yeah,
just
she
didn't have
did.
a name.
yeah. Spoiler: it's not her.
Okay,
Oh,
I
okay,
was
that's
gonna
what,
say.
I just want to confirm.
Good evening, miss.
Evening.
Would you like to order something?
Cafe latte, please.
Cafe latte.
Right.
Let's
All right,
see.
just to remind you, it's coffee and 2 shots of milk.
Yep, I see it right here.
Coffee, milk, milk.
Coffee, milk, coffee, milk, coffee, milk, milk.
Oh, you got
coffee,
cinnamon
milk,
now.
Milk. Ooh, yes, we got the cinnamon touch.
No, I just mean in your thing now. There's the
Yep.
choice to use cinnamon.
I did
Yep.
see that. Yep.
Fun fact: this is where Zaruk gets to show off his weird approximate knowledge of things. So, what we think is cinnamon, I should mention, there are
Oh,
two
that.
things.
Okay.
There are 2 things that people think of when they think of cinnamon. If you think there's cinnamon and cassia.
Oh,
Cinnamon, cinnamon
Mhm.
is the brown sticks, and that comes from the bark of the tree.
Yep.
Cassia is the bright red, or brownish red powder that people think is cinnamon. And let me put it this way: when you think cinnamon, if you think like that hot, spicy, punch you in the nose kind of cinnamon, that's cassia bark. That's not cinnamon.
I do have
Cinnamon-
a question in regards to that.
Mhm.
You ever think those that are trying to look for cinnamon are barking up the wrong tree?
I'm going to let you have that one. Ordinarily, I would just be like, all right, that's it, I'm leaving. But I'm going to let you have that one.
Also, I would like to state, just so that people are aware,
Okay.
there are cassia cinnamon sticks
Yes.
that are cassia cinnamon sticks, but
Okay.
it is still cassia. It's not Ceylon. Ceylon cinnamon has more of a light brown color,
Mm-hmm.
and cassia is more of a dark reddish brown color.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, do they say "c'est la vie" whenever they have it?
No, but Ceylon apparently helps you go to sleep. So
It does.
Oh.
And most of the
But
time with like cinnamon rolls and stuff, like the brown or dark brown cinnamon, that's part of this. That's cinnamon or Ceylon.
Okay.
Cassia, like no one wants to make cassia cinnamon, like cassia rolls. That is literally going to punch you in your face the moment you take a bite
yeah,
of one.
but the thing is that most corporations don't, especially
care
at the
or know
low,
the difference.
They don't care. So most people do actually make cassia rolls. They just don't realize they're
Oh.
making
Yeah.
cassia rolls. Now, cinnamon rolls with actual Ceylon cinnamon, good stuff.
I was gonna
Yeah.
say, Deadpool said that it was possibly seen from Mork and Mindy with Robin Williams, with the character drinking with their finger.
You're right. It's Mork and Mindy. I think I remember it during someone talking about Robin Williams.
Yay!
Hey,
Nice
someone
job,
figured it
Deadpool.
out.
We stand
Nice job.
Robin Williams here in this.
Yes, we do. Nice job, Deadpool.
Yeah, good work.
Nice job, Deadpool. You
investigating
saved
that.
us.
Your order is ready, miss. Your order is ready, miss.
Was I so? Thank you. I'm sorry. I looked at
You
the
just
wrong
got
screen.
I was gonna say, you're so caught up with that revelation with Mork and Mindy that you weren't paying attention.
I was looking at the wrong screen. Okay.
Okay. You should use that as the voice for the next character. Oh yeah.
No.
Please don't give the character a stereotypical orc voice, because wait till you see what her character's like.
Yeah, we're not gonna try that, right, Jay?
I just figured for this character, I gave this character more a stereotypical voice because it looks like she's a hockey player. So I don't know if you've ever heard hockey players talk, but they don't.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they don't talk much.
How is
They
it?
they have. It's hard to tell whether or not for a lot of hockey players, which I love hockey. Don't get me wrong, it's my favorite sport, one of my favorite sports to watch. The amount of teeth may be more than the brain cells that they hold.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So I
And
don't
they lose
know-
a lot of their teeth.
Yeah, I wanted to mention, I don't know what team's uniform she's wearing, but I do know, Jay probably knows this story, but I want to drop it on you, Muffin, if you've heard of it. So everyone knows the Miracle on Ice story, you know, where
Oh,
the
yeah.
USA team
Yep.
beat the Russian team, the
That
Soviet
was
team.
the Minnesota team, correct? Or led by Minnesota Kirks, like Herb?
Yeah,
was
something
it?
like that. But yeah, but that's
Isn't that the Soviet? Isn't that
Yeah.
supposed to be the Soviet uniform?
maybe
she's
I don't
wearing?
know. But that's not what I'm referencing. Have you heard the other story that took place? I don't know if it's before or after the Miracle
Oh,
on Ice
no,
story,
that's not.
where a straight up American team, not an Olympic team, an American hockey team. You know, the Soviets came and played a bunch of American NHL teams. They beat all of them, but then when they got to the last team on the list, this team beat the piss out of the Soviet team so much that 2 or 3 minutes into the game, they got off the ice and threatened to leave
Oh!
because they kept getting beat up.
Oh
Yeah.
my
Like, these
word.
guys-
Well,
like-
you have to. Actually, it's funny because I was talking to my brother because my brother knows a little bit more about hockey,
Mhm.
and my sister about like the social dynamics of hockey, because apparently there's some social dynamics of hockey. Because the reason I asked was because the last Mighty Ducks game I went to,
Oh my God.
they're a terrible team. They're never gonna win anything. But there's actually a social hierarchy. It started with a fight at the very beginning. So there's actually rules in hockey where if you are basically a higher ranked character, like a higher ranked player, because like if you were traded, you'd be worth more. You're not allowed to punch a person who is a lower ranked trading card on the opposite team. And sometimes what will happen is these teams, if they're really mad at the other team for some reason, will ask two players of the same rank before the match begins. They'll set it up, and then in the first 5 minutes, they'll basically throw down even though nothing's happened on the ice, because they're trying to get rid of some of the tension of a dispute that's happening between the two teams. Also, for the record, it's a reference to the Detroits, and the reason I know that outside of the red logo is the leaf. Looks
No,
a
the
lot
Red
like
Wings.
the
Red Wings.
Detroit Red
Yeah.
Wings
Yep.
logo.
It does kind of look like that now that I'm glancing at it a little bit better.
But yeah, in this story I've described to y'all, these guys were like, they were the top ranked NHL team at the time. And the moment the Soviets took the ice, basically their plan was, okay, they're really good with the puck. We're never going to let them have the puck. And they proceeded to basically, let me put it this way. Anytime a Soviet player got the puck in those first 5 minutes, he was dogpiled by people.
Oh,
And-
by the way, the answer is it's the New England Whalers.
Yeah.
Oh, did
So, yeah.
They,
and this-
one could say they wailed on them real hard.
Yeah. And what's funny about it? Yeah. What's funny is that so the Soviet team kept getting their, pardon my language, kept getting their shit pushed in, not with points or anything, no, with goals. They just kept getting beat up. So they got off the ice, basically, and went and sat in their locker room with their arms crossed, like, well, we're not going to play anymore because they don't play hockey like they should. And then the head of the NHL commission goes to them and their coach and basically tells them, all right, look, you were offered a good amount of money to play all these NHL teams. You've got these guys last. You don't get out there and play, we're not fucking paying you.
Ooh.
Which means you played all those other teams for nothing. So if you want to get paid, go out there and play.
That's
Well,
good.
they went out
Yep.
there and played. They went out there and played. They got their asses kicked,
Yeah.
physically
Of course.
and on the scoreboard. By the way, they lost.
Yeah.
And they were, and after the game was over, it said that they got off the ice as quick as possible to leave because they were afraid they were going to get beaten up in the parking lot too.
Oh, they was just
With-
having their arms crossed, and the players that they faced up against, like, hey, remember
Yeah,
us?
hey, remember us? Yeah.
The score,
I
by the
remember
way,
you.
was 2-5
Yep.
for that match in particular.
Yep.
Oh my word. Also, I know that we went past when we originally thought that we should take a little bit of a break. It is
If y'all
past
need to take
2
a break, go
hours.
ahead.
So, if any one of you needed to take a break, I do need to use the facilities before we commence
Oh.
onward. So, how
Yeah,
do we
I
say
agree.
about
Take a
maybe
break.
a quick
go ahead.
break in the meantime?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so for anyone in the meantime watching, thank you so much for doing so. We will be right back with more of Coffee Talk and more conversations aplenty. So, with that said, feel free to wait patiently. If you need to use the rest facilities, whatever you call them, or perhaps get yourself something to eat or drink, feel free to do so now. It's a good time to go about it. And until then, we will be right back. And not left front.
Where did I put it?
But yeah, this character, Jay, if you're still here, this character is actually really cool. four text boxes for some reason.
4 text boxes. No, it only jumped to 1. I was counting.
4 text boxes. Well, thank you kindly for letting me know, Zaruk, that you are back. I had it on deafen at the moment. Ha! Hopefully you weren't waiting
sorry
too
about
long.
that.
No worries. I just wanted to make sure that
No.
everyone was back before I started back up the stream. And I will admit, I may have skipped accidentally some of the dialogue, so we can go back to this for what we had. So I think this is what we were at right here. So this portion right here. So.
Well, I can't see the cursor.
Well, okay. The cursor is gone. There we go. Or not completely gone. It's just being a little bit. Are you here to read again, miss?
Oh, read again, miss. Yeah. Yeah, you know the drill.
Please enjoy your time. There we go. Now we're back to where we were.
Okay.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. I think. Let's see what happens.
Maybe. Can I help you with something?
Oh, nothing. Pardon us.
Okay.
Why did you target that fart redeem right when we said pardon us? Sorry. They did a fart redeem on Twitch. I didn't know they had that kind of humor in them. Lobby hell.
You bet they did.
Regular show reference, I take it?
Yeah.
Oh! Yeah, I remember that. Okay. Did you already say okay, Jayking?
I did.
Is he just staring into this orc?
Excuse us.
Did I jump scare you?
Yes.
Wow, Deadpool, you did definitely jump scare Jayking. Also, can I tell this story, Jayking? I think I already did.
Go
but
ahead.
I wonder. So, of course, I was making my announcements for my schedule. And Jayking here was worried that my accounts were hacked because I had a very different profile picture, not just on my X account, but Blue Sky, Discord, Twitch, YouTube,
Look, I will like
Tumblr.
to say, I only saw it on Twitter, and knowing that, or X, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, X.
And the thing with it is that I have seen so many people get hacked on Twitter.
Yep.
That as soon as I saw that the images changed, I thought your account had gotten hacked. Then I saw
Like
that it was on your Discord, and I realized, oh, this is a thing.
Yep. So what basically happened, for anyone who wants clarification of the situation, my community, because I had to do a punishment for dying so many times in Dark Souls. I have a weird punishment that I spin every 10 deaths I face within the game every Wednesday, whenever I get to it. And one of the punishments was that my community had to decide for me what profile picture I had to use for the next week. So from last Thursday to this past Thursday, I should say, my community decided that I would adorn or exhibit a picture of a giant turd wearing a sombrero, eating a muffin while waiting at a train station. I had to put
This one does.
I had to put that as my profile picture on Twitch, YouTube, Discord, Tumblr, because I still use it from time to time, my X account, and my Blue Sky. And I was so happy that I could change them back this past Thursday because, oh, it really... Oh, the wonders and joys of the community. Wouldn't you concur?
Truly.
Have they ever done something like this with you before?
Not that. I think we've definitely gotten to the point where they were allowed to make Twitter posts.
What about you, Zaruk?
Nothing like that. But now I've got some ideas for September.
Oh, September. Yep. I mean, I'm gonna have
Oh,
some
Fashion
things for my
September.
birthday donathon for Santa goals, of course. So I have to choose those wisely because I know some of them are gonna be community focused, like choosing my new standard at animated emotes. Because some of them, like my newer ones, like the Posh Cuddly with the strong chocolate that Pepperidge Farms usually sell. I always forget the names. And then Praise the Sun, Solitaire. Now,
Yeah.
that was their suggestions for standard emotes. They were the ones that wanted that as emotes. So, I figured, yeah, I loved how Jayking, you basically text me, basically stated that I think your account got hacked at first. So it was.
Look.
I mean, it's a general concern because my account was hacked in the past on Discord when I clicked a very suspicious link, which I shouldn't have. So, yeah,
Naughty, Muffin.
I know, but I've learned my lesson. It's been over 2 years since that happened, and I have grown from the experience. Well, in mindfulness and flabbiness, mind you. So now we can continue on with the story. I just figured that was very funny and very heartwarming that Jayking was very concerned that I might have been taken over by someone selling cryptocurrency, or maybe even worse.
I think my first thought was cryptocurrency, probably.
Yeah, there's a lot of those going on. Even HoloLive cannot escape from it. But at least they played along with labs afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay, so did you already say yes?
I did.
With such passion?
Yes, I did.
Are you waiting for someone?
Not this again. No, I'm not waiting for anyone.
Are you sure?
Yes!
Oh, I love that very agitated smirk on her face.
That's great. I'm sure I'm not waiting for anyone.
Because we are waiting from someone from this app. And she is an orc, just like you.
Look here. First, I'm not the only female orc on Earth.
I gotta tilt my head to make sure that you can read that in case you're watching from this side.
Heck, I'm not even a pure orc.
But is your name Urukai69?
I get it. I get it. And of course,
Beautiful.
because it is your number, do you want to say it with such passion like you normally do?
Oh, I just did. But a
Oh.
short version.
Oh, I was gonna say.
Look, if they want the full thing, they have to go to my channel and redeem it, okay?
Oh, you used to say it so candidly whenever we stream
You
on
know
my
what?
channel.
Sure, I'll give you a little bit. Urukai 69. There you go. Shorter one. A little longer.
What a lot of passion that was belted out right there. I could feel it. My flabby skin is crawling with such intensity from that. Wow, Jayking, you are amazing.
Look, if you want the full, Jay uses their 20-year-old, 10 years of long capacity built up from choir practice, but also ruined by China. Voice 69, you gotta redeem it, Matt.
Okay, you know what that means. You gotta follow Jay Play. Oh,
Jayking plays. You got this.
Jay Plays.
I'm sure Jay Plays is actually someone.
Yeah, Jayking Plays. Right now, either. Oh, good. Deadpool already is. Did you get that notification,
Well.
Jayking?
Probably not, but I will get it later.
Okay.
Oh my god. Is this guy sane?
Please pardon them, miss. I don't think they're from around here.
Literally.
So, you have not answered our question. Are you Urukai69?
No. My name is Myrtle, and I never use Urukai's Urukai 69 anywhere. I don't know.
I'm bad with pronunciation, but also here, I did this for you. Oh,
Thank
look
you.
at that. That's a kind of a sweet
Game
picture.
programmer.
Out, the game developer, game program working on Full Metal Conflict series. Is that like, it's not like a switch between Full Metal Jacket and Metal Saga?
I think it's supposed to be a Metal Gear Solid thing.
Oh.
Yeah, I was about to say that's Metal Gear Solid, right?
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense.
Oh, you really are not her.
Of course I'm not! Seriously, men nowadays.
How dare you misgender me? It's them.
If you're that desperate to find a date, why don't you ask your friends?
Maybe it's a demisexual approach to things. Yes, go on a date with me, please. Please, 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 please.
Actually, that's probably the most way that people meet each other nowadays, because
yeah.
online dating is not great. Anyway. Or go to a club or something, which is also true. Most people do that too.
But we don't have any friends on Earth.
Hey, when you said he's not from around here, are you saying he's not from Earth?
Well, from what I gathered up to now, they're not from this planet.
Man.
Pardon us for interrupting, but when you said club, which activities are you talking about? According to the search result, there are just too many clubs on Earth. Some of them look pretty interesting, like this club about space exploration. They call themselves Trekkies.
You should go to one. I think they'd like it. Forget everything I said. What time were you supposed to meet this female orc?
Oh, we got someone who's a Trekkie. Hello there. Hello,
Hello.
Red Mage Kazu.
About an hour ago, according to the local time.
She's bailing on you, man.
What does that mean?
It means big chance she's not coming. Oh.
I'm sorry to be the one to break it to you.
She's probably right, sir. Have you tried contacting her?
We have. She read it, according to the application.
Did she reply?
No.
Ouch.
Ghosting. And it's not a ghost, it's a female orc.
If she didn't reply, I'm 100% sure she bailed.
Gotta tilt my head.
She's not coming.
I believe Miss Murder here is right.
That was... We are pretty objective people, but somehow Earth's fakeness has taught us a new kind of feeling.
Oh. This has happened before?
Many times.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. But it might be a sign you need to change your strategy.
Earthling use strategies to breed.
Yeah, they don't call it breeding. The most complicated strategies, in fact.
Your kind never cease to amaze us. If that's the case, then we do not need to be here anymore.
You can stay if you like.
Oh, it's okay. We need to report back immediately, but we will visit this place again in the future. You have a very nice place, owner.
Please, just call me Cuddlymuffin.
Thank you for your time, Cuddlymuffin. And thank you for your input also, Miss Myrtle. We will definitely study the breeding strategies of Earth.
Sure. It's called norm, by the way, and breeding norms. Although you could also use strategy as keyword.
We will keep that in mind. Okay then, we are off.
Take care on your way.
I feel bad for Neil because, especially with how the internet is these days, you put
Yeah.
breeding norms in Google search, you're gonna get a lot of weird.
Yeah, especially if you don't have the safe mode on.
Oh boy, who the hell was that?
Oh, hi there, Freya.
Was that an? What is an astronaut doing in this coffee shop?
Drinking and waiting for the friend, apparently.
What kind of friend? Laika the dog? Oh, don't talk about Laika the dog.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say I got that reference. A date from a dating app.
I should have been there. Should have been here. What does their date look like?
The date didn't show up. Oh, she said that she wasn't here to catch the drama.
Of course. Ouch. Poor astronaut. Why didn't they remove the astronaut suit first before going on a date? I mean, showing off your job is pretty common.
I bet there's much more to it than just showing up. I bet he maybe can't. It should have been me, not him, me. It's not fair.
I think there might be two reasons. One, especially if he's not from this planet, and it doesn't seem like that's a very common thing here. Apparently, it's common enough that people are like, "Oh, he's not from this planet, huh? That's weird. Is that what you meant? That's odd." That if he has like, especially, I think he was talking about having like tendrils or something.
He uses his appendages to drink.
Appendages, yes. If he's just a blob of multiple appendages like yourself, some people who are more humanoid might be a little discriminatory against them.
You know, a thought came to my mind too, and I doubt this is going to be something to take place. I know in war the worlds are always so decimated, but once they touch into the Earth's soil, they just die from the atmosphere and what the air
Oh,
has.
because actually part of that is based off of the fact that we breathe oxygen.
Yep.
And a lot of aliens, if they did look on us, we breathe fire all the time. That's crazy. Oxygen is so combustible.
Yep. Mm-hmm. That thought came to my mind too, but I don't think that's going to be something.
No,
in this
I mean
regard.
it could be. It could just be also that a mixture of both potentially too.
Mhm.
But it doesn't have to be that literal, you know.
Yeah.
I don't think they're an astronaut. Not in the usual sense.
What do you mean?
They might be an alien. She seems
Alien?
disgusted by that. It's like,
Yeah,
ew.
she's like, what conspiracy theories have you been listening to?
A lot.
Like Englishman in New York alien or alien?
I mean, you could maybe add some more, and they could probably still mean something. Alien.
Outer space.
Probably. Or other dimensions, I don't know.
Whoa. Like, super wow.
And she, Myrtle over here is not impressed.
Myrtle's like, oh, I should have realized it. I mean, I know you get a lot of visitors here,
Different visitors, mind you.
but this coffee shop could say they're an intergalactic coffee shop.
Yep.
But, wow.
Life is never boring here.
That's why I'm writing about it.
While coughing on someone in particular, it's like, don't cough at
Look.
me. Don't cough at me.
Look, you know, sometimes you accidentally drink your smoothie down the wrong pipe and you have to just clear it out and it's not too
Ooh.
bad.
What smoothie are you consuming?
It's made out of a tropical fruit mix which includes coconut and then passion fruit and orange juice.
Are you feeling the passion from drinking it?
No.
What is that fruit's duty then in that case if you don't feel the passion? I mean, it doesn't have to be that kind of passion, but something passionate.
Passion fruit has a great flavor. It's a very floral and...
I mean, I have tried passion fruit before, but that normally gives me that passion.
It's very zesty, okay? I'm having a good time with my zesty food, but...
I mean, that's part of your Jayking zesty kingdom. I mean, of course it has to be the zestiness.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. How's it going so far?
The writing?
Yes, the writing. With capital T and W.
What? Oh, and then writing.
Yep.
It's going pretty well, actually.
Oh God, don't do that, passion fruit. I don't know if I want to have that kind of passion.
No.
Nice. May I see it? Are you hiding the Aurora Borealis in your notes?
The Aurora Borealis in your kitchen?
Yes. Come on. Come on.
What do you mean?
Can I read the draft you've written so far?
No. I will say this. I generally don't like people. Well, I actually have friends who I trust really well that I will let them look at my draft from a chapter to chapter basis. But for the most part, I don't like giving, especially to people. And I'm sure Freya knows the coffee owner really well, so they wouldn't probably care as much. There are a lot of authors, though, that don't like to give it until the story is completely done because they know that if someone's picking their work, they'll just start over again.
Either that or they may want changes to it that is not your original intent or something to that degree, you think?
That normally happens during like an actual review process, not just having your friend read it real quick and talking about it.
Got it.
That is a problem sometimes, but most authors, now obviously if you're a new author, that's not something that is normally intuitive, so you do have to learn it. But there are a lot of authors who, most authors know that when someone gives you advice, you don't have to listen to what they say.
Go away, Freya. I'm patting your head.
Listen to advice, especially if it's someone from like a specific cultural background that maybe you've included in your story that may be giving you something in order to prevent you from committing hate crimes? Yes. But if it's just someone being like, nah, I think you should kill this character here instead, and you don't think that character should die, you can ignore that.
Yeah, probably, especially if it doesn't really convey any real potential significance and it just messes things up.
I mean, they'll probably have their reasoning for it, and there's going to be other things. That was just like a random example of something that could potentially be a conflict that, like, the person wants you to add a more dramatic flair to a situation by doing that kind of thing. Very Game of Thrones style, but that's maybe not your style in particular for what you're wanting in the book, so you have to kind of know where those are generally.
Also, Deadpool, don't drink rat poison to avoid doing gym workouts.
It doesn't taste very good.
Well, they maybe can stomach it because they're Deadpool.
I know, but it doesn't taste very good.
Why? Have you had it?
No. It's not good enough. All right.
Hey, be more confident in your work. You know you're a good writer. Besides, if you're not that confident with it, maybe I can share some feedback? Oh, yes! Oh, I watched that video where he talked about just about every Lego video game. Yes, I have. And he has a plushie out now. He has his own shop. Hey, Blob here.
Whoop, my bad.
One of these days, I'll have my own plushie, don't you? And it would be the size of a body pillow. I don't know why I proclaimed it like that.
Look, we start with making little crochet versions, and then having one or two,
Yep.
that you make for yourself, and then
Yeah.
when you somehow become rich and famous, get your own plushies.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, in this case, like, what? They should not be making their own plushies and selling them like that. I should be getting some of the profits. Yeah, I'm not gonna act that way. Anyone who happens to make anything for me, regardless if it's fan art, regardless if it's a t-shirt, regardless of what kind of creativity that you bring forth, I would love it. No matter what skill level you may be, because you thought that I was good enough to actually experiment on at the end of the day.
Yee.
That's the main thing that comes through it. So
If an art piece makes me uncomfy, I might not comment on
Yeah,
it, but
that's
I
the
do
thing.
appreciate and understand the purpose of you trying to do the thing.
I have never had that sort of situation happen with me before, but if, of course, I know there's gonna be bound to be some instances regarding that. But you know what? I'm fine with that as well, as long as you don't take those kind of things into the real world. Yep.
Or as long as you don't demand people comment about things, especially if maybe they're purposely avoiding it because maybe
Yeah.
you don't know that art makes them uncomfortable.
Yeah, that's another thing that you have to kind of go into question. But oftentimes, yeah, I would love it.
Yeah, I appreciate your effort in creating fan art, and I need to make my fan art window again where I used to have that on screen all the time, which I need to redo my layout anyway, so
Indeed.
I always appreciate it.
You're right.
You're right. I actually have prepared a printout of the draft. Oh,
So you
look at
were-
her.
So you were planning to show it all along.
I wasn't sure about it. It's the first presentable draft anyway.
Come on, I know the drill, and I'm pretty familiar with your stuff.
All right, all right. Let me get it out of my bag. The fact that it's typed, well, I suppose she was typing most of it, it looked like.
Hey, she's like,
Or was she writing it? That's a notebook, right? In her hand underneath
Yeah, it's a
the...
notebook.
yeah, it's a notebook, and Murder's
So she
looking
had
at
to
us like-
transcribe it.
I can see how Murder's like, don't let me read that notebook. Don't let me read that draft.
I mean, didn't Myrtle come here to read in the first place?
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, I will.
More reading.
Now, will you hand it over? Oh.
The fact that she lacks this much confidence, though, is surprising.
Yeah.
Not saying that this doesn't exist, especially I've known some writers who they went to their community college creative writing course
Mm-hmm.
and had some really bad experiences there, which caused them to become extremely reclusive with showing anyone their work.
Yeah, I can definitely see that happening, whether it's like creative, like writing of any kind, or even artwork or something to that degree. They can
Yeah.
really be harsh.
Yeah, well, it's actually a really common problem in the
Yep.
especially at community colleges at the creative
Yep.
writing. Now, most of the professors I've had at community colleges for creative writing were pretty chill. But there are a lot of professors who, unless you're writing like James Joyce, they basically rip you apart because they think it'll help you build your self-esteem.
This is rough. Or the mental state of your mind. Yep. It's too close
Meanwhile,
to
they're
Hoverlord.
breaking it apart right in front of you as they
Ripping
rip it into pieces.
shreds
Yeah,
without
both
anything
physically,
discernible ready for the
both
breaking.
physically and mentally.
The struggle is real. It's okay, Freya.
Here it is, especially since she's a journalist.
Thank you. Now, let's see.
I suppose it's not her fiction pieces, but her fiction pieces that. or
Oh,
short
looks
fiction
like I'm
pieces
not
have
reading the
been.
whole thing. It went blackout.
How was it? How was it?
Let me read it at my own pace, okay?
This is why you also have to go on a walk.
Yeah.
Or you tell them, I'll read it later. What's wrong? Is it bad?
The main character
Oh my, is the main character badly written?
I don't think the character suits my personality.
That's because you're not the inspiration.
I should be the main inspiration. I should be the main character. I am the main bar. Well, I was gonna say bartender, but this is not a bar.
It's a coffee bar.
Too bad. You have a prime example standing in front of you every day.
Prime example, you. You're like the most mysterious person I've ever met.
Why do you have to call me out like this? I'm being
You're
so
a blob. No one knows what you are.
Well, probably once they do know, it's already too late.
They've been absorbed.
Wait. I think someone's coming.
Hey, the draft?
I'm not done yet. Oh, I hear something. Oh!
She's adorable.
And I bet this is the character Zaruk thought you would be good at voicing.
Yes.
Yes.
Welcome. Would you like to drink here or take away, miss?
Here, please.
What would you like? Or maybe you would like to sit down first before deciding?
I'll order right away.
No need to hurry. Take your time.
Is it okay if the order is something a bit complicated?
Why do you have to make things just so complicated?
I heard there's a really famous Avril Lavigne song about it.
That's the
why I
second
have
time
these
we-
striped sleeves.
That's the second time we mentioned Avril Lavigne.
I
in this
know,
entire
it's going to
stream.
keep happening every single time.
You can order whatever you like, as long as
Apparently, our store is extremely terribly priced and everything is the same price.
as long as we have the ingredients.
If that's the case, do you know masala chai?
Do you?
Yes.
Okay. Have you? How does it taste for you?
It's what chai tea is generally.
Oh.
Mas-
I thought that might be a nice, mysterious, exotic blend that's
No.
going on with that chai tea.
Masala means mixed.
Oh.
Chai means tea, which is why it's redundant that we call chai tea,
Yep.
because that's the word TT.
Yep. Tea. The tea with spices?
Yes. I'd like to order a masala chai, then, please.
Okay. So, do we have... Okay,
Black tea.
We do have... Okay. So,
It's black tea, ginger, and cinnamon, probably.
Yeah.
And she gets it in one. Holy
Yep.
cow.
so
She's exactly right.
black
That's exactly what it
tea,
is.
Ginger and
Those
cinnamon?
are ginger and cinnamon.
Yep.
Good job.
Generally speaking, the main ingredients, well, masala, because it's a mix, it's
Mm-hmm.
kind of different depending on where you get it from. The most common, though, also contains cardamom, star anise, which that's what's on the cup right there,
How do you
and
like
a couple other
How
spices.
how do you like your chai?
I'm a pretty basic bitch.
I thought you would like something a bit more exotic, much more with more, let's say, exhilarating
You think I'm
flavors.
finicky about my tea? Like, don't get me wrong.
Uh-huh.
I did, when I was in China, I got access to like some of the best oolong tea for really cheap. So it did like make me a snob for tea a little bit, but because I got it for like $3 for like a year's worth of tea.
Wow.
And it was really expensive tea that normally would have been like $10 for like a month.
Yeah.
How do I?
Time
But
to go ahead.
especially when it comes to mixed teas, it's just not. It's more about the experience of the flavor itself, and I'd rather actually like to see how people express that
Mm-hmm.
rather than so much be all snobby about, oh, well, you know, I like to have a little bit of cinnamon, of course, and ginger, and we gotta have the cardamom, and of course, I love white pepper in my masala chai, and if you don't have white pepper in your masala chai,
Oh my
you
gosh,
are,
stop.
like,
You're
the
actively pissing me
absolutely
off now.
worst.
And don't forget, we need extra fingernails, a little bit of pubes, and a touch of dandruff to really make it spice up. I want your bodily organs in my tea. Sorry, Zaruk, we didn't mean to peeve into your
I
frustrations.
really pulled my Rachel out real quick just for that.
It just came out.
So I just, because you have to keep in mind the area I grew up in, that's everyone everywhere. So it's not something I'm very picky about, especially since you have to keep in mind I currently live in a household right now where me eating kimchi and miso soup is considered an extremely queer thing.
How queer are we
They're like,
talking?
why are you so weird? It smells bad. You like that? Why? You're weird.
So that's the reason why it's so queer, because of its potent stench?
It's not like, to them, for too many of them, it's kind of a situation where even basic yellow curry is way too intense kind of thing for many of the people. So, and it's not like it's spicy or anything, they just don't like the spices in it because it's not something they grew up with.
I suppose that makes sense. Also, how many people actually remember the connects that Deadpool was mentioning? It's like, I remember those playing toys where you make all of these obstacles or toys out of them. It was like, you triggered something in me, Deadpool, right there.
My brother wasn't into Connects. He was into are they called Bionics?
Bionicle?
Yeah,
Bionicle, yeah. I love that TV show,
apparently
though,
has some very
which my brother
deep
got me into,
world
but
building.
Yes, Bionicle has massive lore.
I know that.
The massive lore. It was intense.
Yeah, I was gonna say a fellow autistic content creator by the name of Max Derritt actually made a comprehensive kind of just a spoonful, not like the entire dosage.
There's a drink called Yellow Curry, Deadpool.
Maybe. Maybe somewhere.
Like I know of golden milk, which is a turmeric milk, but I've never heard of a yellow curry drink.
That is interesting. We might have to investigate and see if you will dose it down. And you know what? Before I continue on, I noticed something. I noticed something about your little reactive Jayking. Whenever you talk, when your mouth opens, I just realized it looks so much like a heart.
It's supposed to be heart-shaped. It's actually.
I just noticed this right now at this very
It's been like that for a while.
Yes,
but
and you would think that I would notice
remember that? Yes,
detail
it's okay.
Within that
to be fair,
frame.
it's a little hard to pull it off on the Vroid models, which is what I was originally on.
Just imagine if that was an actual heart when you were speaking.
Because most of my emotes, if I'm correct, if they do have open mouths, they are heart-shaped. But so my mouth is naturally heart-shaped in real life.
Ooh,
and
that's a nice
when I
detail.
saw in it's Yuri on Ice, not Victor on Ice. Why did I say? When I saw the character of Yuri on Ice, Victor, have the heart-shaped mouth, I was like, oh my god, why haven't I done that? I have that already.
Yeah, you might as well express it. As long as you're not actually coughing up your heart in order to speak it when it comes out of your mouth. I mean, that's...
No. Heart-shaped, and not like atomically correct heart, like abstract Western heart-shaped.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, in the meantime, I believe this is the drink you were talking about.
From the look of it, I think so.
She's blushing. Ooh. Am I gonna fall in love? No. I don't think this character.
Does she like anime?
Maybe.
And does she wear cat ears?
Maybe.
I did read the line.
Okay.
Let's give it a taste.
Deadpool, you're not wrong about that description. It's basically a roller coaster of emotions and memories. If you ever were to tune into my streams, sometimes I notice things that should have been apparent to me for so long, and it just comes to my mind. and then I get so riled up on sudden things too. So it's like, you're too accurate, you're too on point. And then I make my friends uncomfortable.
No, they're probably excited to hear you hyperfixate on things.
Whoa.
This.
Is it bad, miss?
Oh, no. It's really good. It just brought back some memories.
Oh, speaking of memories. I hope they're good ones.
Oh, they certainly are.
Oh, she's
They
getting timid.
certainly are. Huh?
Where were we?
Oh, this is also me. I forgot. Hold up.
You're voicing all three of these characters now.
I know, and I
You gave
forgot.
it the
Okay, give me a
spotlight.
second while I click my brain back into place. Where were we?
The main character. The character feels very you.
You bet.
Self-insert.
Look, most authors self-insert.
Yeah,
it's
they
fine.
basically do. They have a habit of doing that.
Actually, for me personally, all my characters are self-inserts in different ways.
Oh,
Even my villains.
At least you're being honest.
Because I normally take an aspect of myself and I intensify it to a severe degree. If the readers know me, they'll notice it right away.
Like I did. Is that okay?
Sure, why not?
It sounds so narcissistic.
That's what misogynist people say. Don't worry about it.
It's not blank. It's a bait.
James Joyce did it, no one cared. They won't notice it unless they know me personally. And having the main character think like me makes it easier to write.
If you say so.
Sorry. Hmm?
Oh.
Did you say something?
Oh, you said it so. It was almost sounded like you were judgmental there for a moment.
Sorry, no, that was just my brain being judgmental. That was not me. That was not the intention. My brain popped out in the hot second of that, and I recovered it very quickly, but it made it sound like I was going in for the kill.
I see.
Yes. Sorry for interrupting. Are you a fiction writer? Oh.
Is she gonna
Oh.
ask what she's?
Oh.
I think she's going to ask.
Is she a beta reader?
Well, let's find out before we come to any conclusions.
You don't know what a beta reader is, do you?
Somewhat.
Okay.
We're just gonna be surprised, hopefully, by the end of this.
Yes, I am. That sounds so cool. Ooh, future author. So cool. Oh, yeah, but I only write small scale fiction. Short stories for the newspaper. Or nonfiction stories about people in this town.
Oh, we got a raid. Mick Schwartz, thank you so much for the raid. I hope you are.
Nice.
You know Mick Schwartz?
Welcome,
It was-
Raiders.
So, for those, I'm gonna shout Mick Schwartz out in here because Mick Schwartz, I'm not sure if you're still part of Soy Milk's community, but Soy Milk was having a gift exchange for Christmas, like a Secret Santa thing, and Mick Schwartz was the one who was supposed to gift me something for Christmas. So, Mick Schwartz is quite talented. They made a 3D animated version of me that I've yet to figure out how to implement it as an alert. And I'm sorry for that, but hope you had a good
You got
stream. Greetings and
You'll figure it out.
salutations, by the way. This is Cuddlymuffintop for those that are coming in from Mick Schwartz stream. I am a half-human, half-law VTuber who comes into the virtual world through the wonders of human slapstick. Ooh, see, that's nice. You're still making stuff in 3D. Great. Still, can keep up the good work in that regard. So I am joined by both Jayking Plays and
Hello.
Zaruk Windcaller. We are currently doing Coffee Talk as our collaboration because even though it's a lot of text to basically read, and I wanted to invite people, and Zaruk was the one who suggested this game as being a winner of my charity wheel spins. So that's what we're playing. So McSchwartz, if you do need to take off and unwind in the meantime, you're more than welcome to do so. Thank you again so much for bringing your community over from your Twitch stream. Hope you had a good amount of fun in the meantime. Okay, so now, she's writing a novel right now, you know. In fact, I was just reading the draft for it. I can just imagine myself being so sly when saying this.
Hey! Wow. How many books have you written? Well, this would be my first book if I finished it. It's future. Okay. This is a little bit different than beta readers. Though some beta readers are future fiction writers.
Yep.
I always wanted to be a fiction writer, but conjuring words is hard.
Not only
I
on
mixed
text,
Freya in there a
but
little
in
bit.
person with words coming out of your mouth. It can be tricky.
It's okay. Writing is not. You don't conjure words when you write. You do that on. You do that on the second or third draft, not the first draft. You just
Okay,
throw up
you
on paper and
you
write.
Yeah, word vomit.
Yeah, I was gonna say you recover quite nicely. I was a little concerned that with that delivery, Jayking.
Look. You throw up on paper in the first draft, and then you
Like
conjure words in the second and third draft. That's what you do. And I can't even use complex words like conjure like you just did. A lot of people have said that my vocabulary is uncommon.
I have mouth and ice cream. That's what they remind me with that quote. Words.
What do you do? What's your name again? Pardon me, my name is... Oh, wow, really?
Yeah.
What? You was expecting something more elaborate or probably
Look,
more
they could have not. They could have gone a little bit off the nose there. You know, that's so on the nose for like a mermaid character to be
Ooh.
named. Ooh.
Wait, hold on. An R&D at a university in Seattle.
Research and development.
Research and development.
So
Research-
scientist by day and
Yes.
indie dev at by night.
Hey, Lunard_TD, thank you so much for the follow. That is greatly
Or it might be
appreciated.
product development. Though
Maybe.
it's for a university, so I think it's research. It's
There,
scientific research.
I got rid of that pain for ya. Go ahead.
Pardon me. My name is Aqua. Hi, Aqua. I'm Freya.
I was gonna say, wouldn't it have been funny if Freya's real name was actually Fina, so it would be Aquafina?
Look, I'm already having problems.
Look,
I'm
I
having some
understand.
severe problems.
I would
There are
understand
so
if Zaruk
many.
would leave
I
right
would've-
now from that.
Like they
No,
could have
I'm
named her
fine.
Pearl. They could have named her Marguerite, which would have been even less obtuse. Would have been more obtuse than Pearl. They could have named her
Plankton.
Lapis or something. Some sort of cool sea thing. They could have named her Star because you know she's a fish, so starfish.
Yeah.
No, they went with Aqua.
What's wrong with Aqua?
Aqua's fine. It's just like
You are expecting so much out of these characters. Like, I want good standards for my character names. God
I
bless
just
it.
don't want my It's such like every single mermaid I have ever read that the author did not think 2 seconds about. Guess what their name is?
Mm-hmm.
I was gonna say.
It's Aqua.
Okay. Was it from manga you read or just novels in particular with mermaids?
Well, it's definitely like Mermaid Melody.
oh yeah.
That manga does have that as the
Yep.
main character's name, but there are also just so many mermaid books that I have read where
Okay.
the main character's name, or like if it's not the main character, it's the side character that's going to probably die at the end. It's at some point when the character has to leave.
Oh, this is
Because-
my dog, Peril.
Yeah, basically. Because of the fact that it's how the character is gonna have character development, which is in a lot of YA novels that I grew up reading.
And this is my son.
And their
Boy.
character is named Aqua.
Boy.
Or their
Boy.
friend is named
Boy.
Aqua, or their pet is named Aqua, because they have like a pet fish or something that is not a sentient being.
Uh-huh.
So I already wrote that line, by the way.
Yep, I know. I just wanted to go on your tangent, your tangerine tangent.
Good.
again.
And the barista here is Cuddlymuffin.
Greetings, Miss Aquafina.
Nice to meet you.
You sound so disappointed with that delivery.
So, yeah, what do you do? I'm a researcher at the university. Hey! I also make games in my free time.
And post them on itch.io.
You joke, but she might actually do that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A lot of
Most people do these days,
Yeah,
especially
they
if it's a
do.
visual novel.
visual novels. They could even post animations on there on some occasions. Some naughty.
Don't talk about the naughty things here.
But I was
Hey.
saying, like, in Courage the Cowardly Dog. Rest in
Yeah,
peace, Minor of
naughty.
Courage.
Rest in peace.
Naughty.
Hey, that's even cooler than my job, you know? Thanks.
You said you can write, but research papers need a lot of writing skills, right?
Oh, but talking technical shit is so much different from creative writing.
It is. So each of
Indeed.
them basically have their own difficulties they have to work with in regards
That
to
being said, I bet you if she did finally get into creative writing, her works would probably not need much in the way of grammatical checks. Because
That's
they
a
would be
possibility.
very precise.
That is a possibility.
But it's descriptive writing, not narrative writing.
C++++ equals dash equals writing words. Yes.
What kind of fields are you researching, by the way? Cancer. Oh, computer graphics. Okay,
I was
that's a
gonna
little.
say,
Let's.
I research cancer in my free time. I bring in a cancer patient each and every outing that I can, and I research their progress and
Look,
downfall.
I would have. It wouldn't have surprised me if it was like in the medical, biological,
Yeah.
chemical field. I'm surprised their university has a focus on computer graphics for their research and development, but you know, Fantasyland. Let's go.
Here, you charging before you even get to know them, Jane.
Look, I'm just saying, I know what universities are like, even if I didn't get to participate in one. Continue. Whoa.
There you go. That's your inner Keanu Reeves there.
Whoa.
Freya, likes to go into it quite a bit.
Whoa.
It involves a lot of calculations and boring stuff. Not something the media would cover, I guess. It wouldn't attract many readers.
Oh. You just had that little giggle.
Oh my! I forgot you're a journalist. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to offend you.
Oh, please consider it.
Come on, don't have to worry so much about everything. It's all right. Excuse me for interrupting. Yes? You said you're a researcher in computer graphics, right? Oh, right. She's an indie dev, isn't she? Or is
Yep.
she a video game dev?
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Did you write a paper on the latest fluid rendering technique for 3D environment? Now, that would be really cool if she was. Because water is extremely difficult.
Oh,
and
God.
actually,
Some people
just
can...
recently,
Yeah.
the Avatar movie Water had finally perfected the algorithm on how to render water perfectly.
Yeah.
It took a really long time, and that's basically the purpose of that Avatar movie. It was
Yeah.
not I mean, I'm sure it was because maybe he wanted to do another sequel for that.
Yeah.
Most of the Avatar movies are because he has a specific hyper focus in either 3D graphic animation or something else that he really wants to push through technological wise, especially in 3D animation or something along those lines. And then he goes, and we're going all the way.
Yep.
I got all the money.
Yep.
I believe one of the contributors is also named Aqua. Oh, my, yes, that's me. Did you read it? It did. It was pretty important for the project we're working on.
Myrtle is connecting with someone at the bar.
Myrtle is saying more than just
And the coffee shop,
thanks
I mean,
and goodbye.
not a bar. The coffee bar.
May I ask what kind of project that is? It's a video game series called Full Metal Conflict. Oh, are you kidding me? You worked on FMC? Oops.
Is this the start of a beautiful friendship?
You know, we gotta nerd out on some things, okay?
It could be. Well, I'm not gonna guess myself yet.
You think it's gonna, I mean, it could be
hey.
just a friendship.
Oh, it's more than a friendship.
Oh, that's what I
I
think.
called it. I mean,
That's
Zaruk,
what
I
I
did a
figured.
As long as you make sure to give the right drinks to everyone, you'll get to see the full story.
Nice.
That's why we're gonna make
This
sure.
is why it's so important that you're here, Zaruk, so you can give me the right solution when I'm so brain dead. See?
I'm sorry I'm being so quiet. I just want y'all to enjoy the characters.
What? Well, we always like seeing your input or hearing your input or
Oh, I know.
on your input too. On
I know,
some occasions.
but for this one, I wanted y'all to get to know these characters.
Oh, that's considerate. That's considerate.
I'm sorry, I get a bit too excited all of a sudden. Don't be. It's nice when you meet someone who likes the thing you worked on. I love that series so much. My name is Aqua, by the way.
I think she knows, but it's still cute.
She did say that. Are you the person? I already knew that. My name's Myrtle. What do you do in the project? I'm one of the technical artists. No wonder. Yeah, I don't want to intrude on your discussion any further.
No, please do.
But could I ask for your business card or something?
And don't worry, it's just for business. Simply for business.
There's nothing wrong with mixing a little business and pleasure together.
Business, 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 business.
Numbers. Yeah, business. Numbers.
Numbers. Me and some friends have something we want to discuss.
I was gonna say we're quoting the same movie, right?
Yeah, the Lego movie.
And she's gonna, or her friends are not gonna show up to the thing, and it's just gonna be the two of them.
Oh, yeah.
We submitted queries through your department's contact form.
Aren't you so thankful today, Jayking, that your voice and potential love put two of the potential lovebirds?
Look, I'm having a good time. That's all that matters.
Yep.
But we haven't received any replies. Oh, yeah, that happens a lot. Yeah, because it's probably going to the teacher aide of the department head that that gets told to sort all of them into the trash file if it's not something that they're interested in.
Yeah, most certainly.
The firm sends queries to another department. Yep. And sometimes it takes them a bit to respond. Pardon us for that. Of course, should have expected that. I don't have my card with me right now. I mean, I know she's saying she doesn't have her business card with her. She does have a card on her neck.
Yeah, it's not like a ID card around her neck.
Yeah, that's why I was like, when she said research and development, I was like, cancer, because that's like a stereotypical research and development scientist thing. But, we can swap email addresses if you want.
Oh yeah, swap those email addresses.
Good old email.
Oh, you thought it was an iPod. Oh, which version, I wonder? The original, the mini?
Let me pull out my cell phone and I can like send my contact list through the cloud.
Yeah.
Is that what they call it when you send your contact over via phone?
We're cloud sharing, baby. We're cloud sharing. Share my stuff through my cloud. Oh, yes. Are we going on cloud 9 tonight?
Sure.
No, we could if you want to.
Here's my email. Yep, got it.
Ooh, that was swift.
This Full Metal Conflict series you two are talking about, is it the same series that's getting a movie adaptation soon? Yeah, that one. To be honest, I hated the idea of turning the game into a movie.
I think a lot of developers do kind of hate the idea, especially when can be so tricky to really convert it into a actually...
God, the Monster Hunter movie.
Oh God, don't remind me they made a Monster Hunter movie like that.
Please don't.
Oh my God.
You know, on paper, making an isekai Monster Hunter movie sounds interesting on paper, but it doesn't translate well at all.
No. It also doesn't help that neither the director nor the star. Well, okay, I should take that back. The star, what's her name? Melissa Jovovich. Yep, she's actually played the games. She played the games, but her husband, the director, never did.
Yeah.
He never touched
And in all honesty, they mostly made that movie to take from the U.S. budget, because any movie that has any U.S. military in it, the movie gets funding from the U.S. military.
Yeah,
for the record.
I figured that was the case for that circumstance.
So I figure they were probably using it mostly to just get some extra cash outside of.
Yeah, it's not just that though. So
the director wanting stuff, or the game team wanting that too.
Yeah, you want to know the most interesting part though? So. Capcom actually held off doing a Monster Hunter movie for a long time because they couldn't find anyone to pass it on to. So here's what they did. After the later Resident Evil movies turned out to be a disaster, Capcom basically swore off doing anything with that director. They openly told him, yeah, no, not you, never you again. We're gonna go find someone else.
Oh God.
So then they started looking. So then they pitched the Monster Hunter movie. They first pitched to J.J. Abrams, who would have been on board. However, at the time, he was directing a little something called The Force Awakens. So he wasn't available. So then they pitched it off to the guy who was responsible for making the World of Warcraft movie, the Warcraft movie.
Oh yeah,
which I haven't heard good things about. But
yeah, he actually said no, I can't. He actually told them I can't. He literally told them that he didn't trust his abilities, so he didn't want to do it.
I mean, at least that's kind of him to say that.
Yeah. Now during this entire time, during this entire time, the Resident Evil director is still saying, "Hey, I'm available. I can do it. I'll do it." And they kept telling him, "No, not you."
No.
So then they went to Roland Emmerich of all people.
Oh yeah.
Now, Roland Emmerich did think it was interesting, but he basically told them, "Look, I've all of my things are disaster related, and while I could probably do this, I don't know enough about the world, and I don't really want to do a deep dive to learn all this stuff."
I mean, it would take a lot of time to really, especially if it's a franchise that you may not be passionate about learning more of.
Yeah.
It can be it can really,
especially since Roland. I mean, I do think a man versus wild story that would probably be up Roland Emmerich's lane.
Yeah, but he didn't have the time. But he didn't have the time to do all the research and everything.
Yeah.
So then,
especially since he was probably invested in other projects at the time.
Yeah, and then of course, so Capcom is being great, what do we do? And then Uwe Boll said he'd do it.
Oh, Uwe Boll.
No, I'm not joking. Uwe Boll said he'd do it. And they told him, they literally, I'm paraphrasing here, but they basically told him, fuck off. We know what you do. we don't want you. Go away.
It could have been the
We
sequel
know
to
you're doing it to
Blubberella.
steal German money.
Yeah, well, in that case, it probably would have been Japanese money. But he basically.
No, because Ube Bowl specifically.
I know.
There's
I know
that
the
one
thing.
law in German
Yeah,
things,
I know.
which is why all of his movies are a certain way. But
Yeah.
that's what I mean.
They told him
So he would
no.
have got Japanese money and German money.
Yeah, and he apparently pitched a fit about it, and then they basically told him, yeah, no, we're never gonna do anything with you. We know how bad, we know your thing, so no.
Yeah.
So now
That
Capcom's got a problem.
Yeah.
The issue is that by this point, Monster Hunter is now basically at the peak of its popularity.
Yep.
With Rise and Sunbreak and with Rise and with World. They're like, okay, well, we need to take advantage and strike while the iron is hot. Is there anyone else? And there's the Resident Evil director
Yeah,
sitting in the
he's just-
corner.
I could
Just,
have
you
just
know-
imagined Paul W.S. Anderson basically creeping in. Yeah, he's just.
And they caved and they said, okay, you can do the movie, but, and they had a lot of stipulations. One of them being, there were a lot, but the two main stipulations were, one, you have to feature a monster, you have to feature a flagship monster from one of the recent games.
Okay, yeah.
So, and that's why
that is important, and I'm
Yeah,
glad
that's why
that they
they-
made them do that.
Yeah, that's why they went with Gore Magala, because they knew that'd be recognizable. The second thing was that, if I remember correctly, the second thing was that they had to work with they had to work with a CGI team that Capcom approved of.
Oh, so they
So-
were the
That's
ones to
good.
work on the CG within that game, at least.
Yeah, so that's why a lot of the monsters look really good.
Yes,
because they were working.
I did think the CGI in
Yeah,
that game,
I think
in
for-
that movie for the most part, was really good.
Yeah, I remember seeing like snippets of that movie, and I have to admit, like,
Yeah,
what they did with
Oh,
the
you guys saw
CGI
some
for
of
the movie itself was like definitely seemed like one of the
Mhm.
biggest true pro aspects about that entire
and now,
thing.
yeah, but here's the problem. You see, one thing they didn't stipulate was that there needed to be someone who knew the games
Yeah.
on board to point out if anything was
Yeah.
wrong.
Mhm.
Now, now Jovovich, like I said, has played the games. That's why they let her pick her weapons. Because she
Mhm.
actually had played the games, she knew how the games worked, and she was actually pretty familiar with the series, which is why she picked the dual blades.
Mhm.
Makes sense.
But the thing is, there was no like lore expert on hand to
Uh-huh.
point out what kind of bullshit was wrong with the movie.
Yeah.
And that's why there's a lot of stupid stuff in the
Uh-huh.
movie that makes no damn sense.
Yep.
And what's even worse to me is, so spoiler alert, by the way, in the movie,
see
Gore Magala and Rathalos both get brought to our world, which should have been an apocalyptic event. Because you see, for those who don't know their lore about Monster Hunter, and you only know the lore if you read the monster files and everything, but people
They
don't
kind
seem
of
to.
imply it.
Yeah, well, see, the thing is, they didn't imply that Gore Magala is literally a flying biohazard. Because
Oh.
the problem is with Gore Magala, it's why Gore Magala was the flagship and the main threat for the fourth game. Gore Magala is a blind creature. The only way it sees is whenever it flies around, those purple scales that come from its body flutter around in the wind, and they're basically almost microscopic. They're about the
Okay.
size of pollen, basically. And that's how Gore Magala sees. They stick to you or you inhale them and it can sense where they are, which is how it sees you.
Okay.
But
They never did that
Here's
in the
the-
movie, did they? I'm
Mm-mm.
trying to remember.
But that's not where the biohazard comes in. The
Uh-huh.
problem with those scales is that the scales carry the frenzy virus in them.
Oh.
And in the fourth game, the frenzy virus was literally a pandemic that swept over the Monster Hunter world. And how it works is that for monsters, it can basically get in there and start it basically gets into monsters and they may not notice anything at first. Monsters may feel weaker, but nothing happens. When the monster dies, however, the virus reanimates them, turbocharges their adrenaline, and turns them into basically, frenzied monsters that attack and destroy everything. and until the virus literally burns them out, basically burns up their life force, kills them, and then that corpse will either become a new Gore Magala or will basically become a breeding point for those scales, which will then go around and spread even further. That's what it does to monsters.
Yeah.
To humans, it's basically a supercharged version of AIDS.
Yep.
Because it shuts off your immune system.
Yep, I remember this.
In the games, if you get the frenzy virus, your natural healing ability stops and you can't heal yourself. Now in Monster Hunter, hunters, it's different for hunters. Hunters have the adrenaline and have the immune systems to maybe they get the virus for a bit, but they can push it out. Normal people, no. Normal people can get laid up and die in their hundreds of thousands from this pandemic. That's literally what the whole point of 4 is stopping this thing, because wherever it goes, it gets people sick.
Yep.
So the very fact that it gets to LAX of all places and starts flying around fighting Rathalos means everyone at that airport should be infected.
Yeah.
And should
Everyone has
literally,
AIDS.
yeah, and should be
Everyone
spreading
has
that
AIDS.
virus everywhere. But
Yeah.
no, they just ignore that part. Or how Nursilla, which is supposed to be a giant spider, is just a swarm of little spiders, which no, it's not. And then the one I hate the most, because it hurts me. You literally could have done the bare bones research and figured this out. Start of the movie, the Special Forces team gets jumped by Diablos and everything. Diablos don't eat meat. They're herbivores.
Yeah.
Diablos is an aggressive species that will attack you if you go into its territory, but the moment you leave, it leaves you alone. And the fact that this normal Diablos chases down, murders this Special Forces team,
eats them, was it?
and eats one of them is ridiculous, because again, they're herbivores.
Yep.
They're not, and they only chase you from their they'll defend themselves, but once you leave, which they drove pretty damn far, it would leave you alone. And all they would have.
Zaruk.
Oh,
I'm
yeah?
sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
Have you played Monster Hunter Wilds yet?
Yes, I have, and I don't
Yeah.
like it. I don't.
Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, and all they had to do to fix the Diablos thing, turn it into a Black Diablos. Black Diablos are literally, so fun fact for those who don't know, every Diablos you fight in Monster Hunter is a female.
Oh,
They're all
yeah.
female. And Black Diablos is literally a Diablos that's in the middle of its mating season and hasn't found a mate yet.
So they're
it
getting
is
aggressive.
so aggressive. No, they'll literally kill things
That's
for
a
fun.
good vent up of aggression for me.
Yeah, which meant that, if they'd made it a Black Diablos that was just lashing out and attacking everything, that would have been fine. But no, apparently this Diablos eats meat, attacks people for no reason, and apparently shrugs off bullets. Which, no, monsters are vulnerable to small arms. They are.
Yep.
So, literally, when the dude shoots an AT-4 rocket at it, and the Diablos, just flinches, I'm like, no, that would have blown a hole in your hide.
Yeah.
That would have done something. And that's
this is why we can't trust a lot of
we can't.
filmmakers with video game movies.
Yep.
Unless they're really
whatever.
passionate and know.
I apologize.
fully in depth.
Zaruk's angry Monster Hunter movie rant over.
Yeah,
I apologize.
don't blame you for that. If I have seen plenty of movies based on franchises that I've loved dearly, and when I saw the final product, it sent me into a huge tirade of emotions that it's completely understandable for what you're going for. It's fully warranted. I mean, let me ask this question though. Has there actually been a video game movie that you actually liked? Truthfully, not just in terms of it being a video game movie, in terms of a movie itself.
I mean,
that's
the
hard
thing,
part for me, at least.
I don't really know of any I'm trying to think.
Yeah.
Because the only ones I can think of off the top of my head are
Technically, the Sonic movies are
the
video
Sonic
game
movies and the Sonic movies, the Mario movie, and Detective Pikachu are good, but that's it. I can't think of
Yeah,
any other good ones.
Yeah.
You know, it is hard to really find something because it's so much of a difficult medium to really translate into that.
Question.
Yeah, go
Yes.
ahead.
Apparently, there's an Uncharted movie. Has anyone seen that?
I heard it
No.
wasn't supposed to be good. I mean, you got
I know the Borderlands movie was.
horrible
bombed.
from what I heard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like a huge mistake.
That's why I was wondering about the Uncharted movie series.
Yeah.
The
The
Uncharted
Uncharted-
movie that came out on Hulu.
Well, it did. Well, apparently, it did make its budget back,
Whoa.
which is good.
Yeah, and I mean, it had, oh god, what's his name? I suddenly have forgotten his
Tom
name.
Holland.
Tom
Yeah,
Holland as
Tom
the
Holland.
main character.
Yep.
So even just him existing would probably, especially since he's at his in between Spider-Man movies
Yeah.
and stuff, would have gotten it set up
Okay,
properly.
so here's a question then in this case in regards to movies. How about TV shows? I've heard that the Last of Us TV show, at least the first one, was quite better than anticipated, but
I mean, Walking Dead is technically a video game TV show
Well,
too, isn't
it
it?
was
Or it
Yeah.
was a comic too.
yeah,
but
it's based on the graphic novel by the same creator as Invincible.
hmm
So, yeah, I was trying to think. I feel like I'm trying to remember that there was a TV show based on a video game that I felt was way better than what any movie can really pull out of their ass
I mean,
nowadays.
Fallout was a video
Yep,
game.
yep,
based
that's
TV
right,
show.
Fallout. But I haven't seen that yet, so I was
I haven't
wondering-
either.
I was wondering if anyone actually saw that and if they were
No,
fans
I
of the
can't-
series, if you thought that. Oh God, I forgot Tak had a Nickelodeon
So
cartoon series.
I will say one thing: the Resident Evil CGI movies, like Degeneration, Damnation, and all those Vendetta, those movies are
Arcane
actually
was good.
Yeah, Arcane was good, and then like the
Yeah.
Resident Evil CGI movies are actually pretty good.
Especially
Like,
with the
and-
silliness, if they crank it
Okay.
up to like above.
And I will
1,000.
say this: I know they're bad movies,
Yeah.
but I did love the Angelina Jolie, Lara Croft.
Now here's another question then: has anyone seen the newer Lara Croft Tomb Raider movie, and how does
No.
it compare? Okay, I was gonna say.
I haven't
because-
seen it yet.
Yeah, I was a little hesitant, but yeah, Arcane, from what I know, is supposed to be like the pinnacle. of-
Arcane's really good.
Now,
Arcane
I
is
heard that the
probably the
second
best.
season was not up to par to the first season.
Well, you have. So here's the thing: with the
Yeah.
second season of Arcane,
Yeah.
they were expecting to get a third season,
yeah,
and then they were told you're not getting a third season.
Oh,
so
so they had to
basically, they
rush
had to
it.
push everything
Ugh.
into one
I
season.
hate that.
Which unfortunately makes a lot of storylines that maybe they were going to pace out a little bit better
Yep,
and everything like that
and
a
that,
little bit more rushed.
yeah,
Especially since that means that they had to make sure that the ending was done by the end of the second season if they
Mhm.
had any
mhm.
things that they didn't. I will say
But-
this though, a lot of the bigger characters got good stories. It's
Okay.
just they also introduced more.
That doesn't
Yeah.
really give
Little
them a lot of
characters?
breathing room for them, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, and the problem is the little characters, because they didn't get enough. They didn't get a whole season to like really get settled into the world. You didn't get to relate as much to them, and kind
Yeah.
of fell flat.
Yep.
Yeah, that
And
makes sense.
but with that said, you did get a lot of moments with good characters. Like to this day, even though I've only seen a few episodes, the interaction between I don't remember their names, but the interactions between like this interaction stuck in my head. You didn't say they were going to be from the Undercity. What difference does that make? What difference? They're dangerous. I'm from the Undercity. Like
Oh yeah,
that
you're talking
that
about Jace and Victor.
Victor, that interaction sticks in my head because of like, I'm like, are you like literally? I remember thinking, I'm like, are you a fucking idiot? You literally just insulted your friend to his face. Like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, bad move there,
Friendship.
buddy. Bad move. So it's
Friends.
funny how we went into this whole tangent about horrible video game movie adaptations, which are very bountiful by a lot of sense. There
They
some
are
for now.
gems that are sprinkled in there every now and again.
It's getting better,
Well,
but we still have a long way
we
to
still
go.
got a Borderlands movie, sadly.
Has anyone heard? about the Minecraft movie? Because that's coming out, or it just came out, right?
It's from the same
Yeah, no, it's not
director
out
as-
yet.
It's coming out early April. I know. It's just a
Yeah, and
few
what's
Okay.
funny to
weeks.
me is that Jack Black thinks he's gonna get an Oscar for that movie.
You know,
Mm.
here's the thing.
I
It's-
will say this. Originally Jack Black was gonna play like I think some sort of pig character, but because he dedicated himself to playing Minecraft, the director gave him the part of Steve
And
because he
it's
thought
this-
that would fit him.
it
So
is this-
Jack Black, at minimum, had the passion for
Yeah.
Yeah.
and
for the project.
It's this. I believe it's the same director as both Napoleon Dynamite and Nacho Libre, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, I can kind of tell because
Mhm.
some of the scenes definitely have the Nacho Libre mark in it, and the choice of the cast that they picked for
Yeah.
the
Yeah.
avatars is definitely a sign of that.
Mhm.
So I'm hoping, I'm crossing my fingers, Jack Black's passion plus the weird comedy of Napoleon Dynamite and
Gentleman
everything.
Broncos, I think, is another one he did.
Yeah, it will overlook the fact that a lot of the things that incorporate the game itself.
Okay, I have another
Don't look
question.
great.
Involves with Jack Black's passion. Did he also have the same passion for Borderlands?
Yeah,
I
he was
don't-
claptrap in Borderlands.
Yep, he was.
I know he was claptrap in Borderlands. I haven't heard any stories
Okay. I
of
didn't
Jack Black
either.
saying he was like obsessed with Borderlands, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I've heard stories of him saying he was obsessed with being Bowser. I heard
Oh, yeah.
stories of him being obsessed with Steve.
Mm-hmm.
I have not heard him say it. I don't think I heard any interviews about Borderland and anyone in that project having any
that
passion
should
for
say
it.
something,
Yeah,
honestly.
that definitely should say something. Especially, yeah.
Anyway, we probably want to finish this night before we get done.
Yes,
Yeah,
so
that
let's
is
finish.
true. We
Yeah.
went on so many.
We're going on a
tangents today.
tangent.
And
No
this
more
is only the
tangerines.
second time
Throw
we've
the
done.
tangerines.
We are just taking our sweet time with this. But I do love these little distractions.
I did
that make
answer the
good-
question, so
Okay.
go. Click. Nonetheless, Hollywood.
Am I right?
Am I right? Except for it's not Hollywood most of the time. It's B or C wood.
Mhm.
They have the budget for the flashy visuals. Oh, and actually, they mostly use it to get money from taxpayers. But I doubt they'll do the series justice.
Not a lot of people do.
Oh, why? Because some games tell their stories in a unique way.
And that's not easy. And some of them are like not easily decipherable in the movie format or other formats, which can be kind of breaking.
Which is why I'm worried about Minecraft.
Yeah,
Anyway, continue.
I know. We want to go into tangent with that.
And some stories can only be told through this medium.
Yep.
And FMC is no exception to that.
Yeah, I can't imagine a Metal Gear movie, which is what Full Metal Conflict is. No. She's right. It can
Yeah.
only be done through a game.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Brothers!
Yep.
Do you play video games?
The moment of truth.
Well, not much.
She's a casual. Take her out. Throw her out the
She's
window.
a variety player. Give her a break.
Okay, now
See,
you
yeah,
earn more
she's
credit.
Yeah, I told you she's a variety player. I usually play more weird, obscure art games.
Okay, you're one in my favorites again.
The type of game you might see in an art gallery.
Like a dump in the dark.
Really? Probably mostly walking sims, I bet.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of walking sims are like that. That's weird. You're not the first to say I'm weird.
We're all weird.
It's not that. Usually, people that play arty games are gamers that got bored of the current state of video games.
You know, I'm kind of like that.
That's true. But I believe art games cater to a whole different market compared to mainstream games. Hence, a lot of players are not gamers, and they're more accessible to play, but harder to perceive understanding them requires a whole different level of many things.
So many things.
Sorry, I rambled on for too long.
She's so cute.
I know! I feel the cute aggression!
I want to hug you with consent.
But at least that's what I think? Good point. Yeah, that was a really good perspective. I play those types of games thanks to people I hang out with.
Oh.
Yeah, you got that look of the artsy hipster, you know?
Oh, is that her making a playful jab?
That was a meta comment. That's a meta comment.
Yeah, look at the way she's just... Oh, I love that face.
It's beautiful. Nailed it. So, you understand my point about the adaptation, right? Kinda. Anyway, I need to go back. I'll email you first thing tomorrow about her question.
Yes, let it be enticing.
Oh, wait, what time is it? Oh, my, I also need to go home.
You could go home together.
We can walk to the bus stop together if you want.
Yes!
You can't just predict the dialogue like that. You can't just predict.
I know, I'm sorry.
I hope that doesn't bother you, Miss Myrtle.
No, it doesn't. You need to hold hands. No, not...
No holding hands in the coffee shop.
You can hold hands. It's my coffee shop.
Oh, we've been helping two people hold hands. Shut up.
Shut it.
Just Myrtle is fine. And of course, it won't bother me at all. Shall we go now?
She's leading.
Sure. Thank you so much, Cuddlymuffin.
I'm a lovely matchmaker, aren't I?
And you too, Miss Freya. Good luck with writing. You take care on your way, okay? She knows what's up.
Yep.
Will do. See you around, folks.
Please be careful on your way back. I get to say dialogue.
Yay!
But Zaruk hasn't had any dialogue for so long.
Yeah, because I wanted y'all to enjoy these two.
Yep. Well.
So...
Yes.
That was a nice talk. Now the draft!
Yep,
You haven't
you
given me
predicted
proper
it
feedback
yourself.
for the draft yet. And I could see that you were reading it on and off.
Well. It's
That's why you were
kinda
talking.
Good. Just kind of.
Really? Seriously? That's it?
I'm not an editor. Did you expect
Did
me
you
to have a list of
no.
notes for you?
Yes.
Really?
You're mysterious. That much is true.
Why do you have to rub it in like that?
But I've been a regular here for a while. I recognize the expressions you were making as you read it.
Sometimes I can't really tell what expression I'm making unless I'm really feeling it. Does anyone else have that?
Yeah.
Yep, it's common. Like,
I
if
don't
you're
know.
feeling some faint smile, you can't tell if you're smiling or happy until you really feel it on your face.
Maybe.
It's gonna take some...
I'm going through stuff with therapists. We'll talk about that later if I ever get that question up again.
Yes, I got a book right here. Yes, do tell me about your feelings.
No, you're not my therapist. Go
Damn it.
away. I already read this question.
Oh, God.
But how does that make you feel?
But how does that make you feel?
No, only I'm allowed to pull that on my friends. Excuse me. Continue to the next thing. I've already read the sentence.
Okay.
You have a lot of comments, right? Admit it.
Okay, you got me. But this won't be short.
I asked for it.
And I will be really honest about it.
Well, the night is young. Bring it on.
She's gonna be a wet puddle on the floor after I'm done. Okay.
I don't know. I don't think the
Let's
coffee
start
shop owner seems
at
the
the
type.
beginning.
Let's start at the beginning, because it's a very good place to start.
Yeah, no
Black
kidding.
magic.
You got a
Coffee,
black magic
mint, and
woman.
something?
Sweet, cool, and magically wakes you up. Okay, so I
And coffee?
will.
That doesn't sound too tasty, but
Let's see. How do we?
I think this would make a good stopping point.
this
Yeah.
is a pretty good stopping point.
Yeah, let's go ahead and. Well, you can read this real quick, and then I'll. push
Sure,
the
I'll
escape
read the
key.
evening whispers before we head off today. The evening whispers, free of charge, Sunday, September 27, 2020. Research found that most Fury sedative on the market is not safe.
Oh, that's involving Gala,
Unsurprisingly.
right?
Yeah. Profile, Morris Lester, from slum to glam.
Oh.
Pajama-clad 27-year-old actuary found decapitated on his own bed.
Well, that's nice. All right.
I don't know what an
Time
actuary
to save
is.
the
so.
game. There we go. And
My
we go
vocabulary
to
is
the
failing me.
main menu. All right. I'm going
Right.
to keep on streaming because I got to
Oh.
announce the winners of my lovely
Okay. Well, I've got to head
surveys.
out.
All right, Zaruk, did you want to shout out anything you got going on coming up?
Nah.
Nothing?
All right. Nope. Talk to you later.
Oh, no. Wait. I want to say I love you.
Hey, you can't say that. Only my wife can say that to me.
Oh, I meant platonically.
All right. Well, I'll talk to y'all later. Y'all have a great night.
Bye.
Bye.
See ya.
Okay.
Muffin,
Yes.
the only thing I have to say is that on Tuesdays on Malred's channel, if you know who that is or whatever,
Yes.
I am reading Fate's Day Night
Oh.
there as multiple characters, and
Okay.
it's jolly good fun if you want to watch Soons. And history get completely ripped apart by anime.
Oh, lovely. I know a Fate's Day Night for sure.
Yes. So that's the only thing I'll say, and I'll see you guys then. But it was fun hanging out with you. I'm
Yes,
enjoying
I
it.
know, Jayking. I was
One
fun.
more thing.
Yes.
An actuary is a man in finance.
I know.
I did it.
You just found out. You just looked it up.
Yes.
Well, I wasn't going to try and insult your intelligence for not knowing.
No,
I've
I
had plenty
mentioned
of
it
moments
earlier. I
like
didn't
that.
know what that was and that my vocabulary was failing me and no one answered my question.
That's fine. It's understandable. Well, Jayking, thank you for joining me. Know that I love you. Platonically, of
friend.
course. In case you're wondering,
Yes.
there's nothing wrong
Alright.
with saying you love your friends.
No. All right. I'll see you guys around. Thank you, Deadpool, for the Mork and Mindy stuff.
Are you gonna start watching
Y'all.
it?
I probably have watched a little bit of it as a kid, but
Okay.
it's an 80s show, so
Yeah.
it's a little hard to find that kind of stuff nowadays.
Yeah. Unless you go real deep.
Unless someone decides to actually pull that up and redo the show, will that show come back? So I'll see you guys around, and until next time.
Until next time. Ta-ta to Jay.
Where's the button?
you can find it. I believe in you. Okay. So that is going to do it for Coffee Talk, but the stream is not going to end yet. If you have not followed, or if you are interested in checking out Zaruk Windcallers and Jayking stuff, you can click on the names on the title screen for the stream itself, or I'll shout them out as we go along here. But for now, we are going to go over and we are going to announce the winners of round 3 of my Silly Smackdown surveys. These surveys are help to decide what are the 2 final games I will be adding to my upcoming birthday donathon, which is now over a week away. I need to ponder on what kind of incentive goals I'm gonna have for this one. I feel like I need to differentiate a little bit. But the birthday donathon is going to be from April 1st through the 30th. I am aiming to stream every single day. Only comedic games, so games that are trying to tickle your funny bone in this regard. But yes, it is going to be, you know what? Deadpool, one of my charity wheel spin winners, Karina Vizzi, recommended that I play Metal Gear Solid. And I am aiming, once the time arises, that I'm playing all of the Metal Gear Solid games. The original Metal Gear from the Nintendo era, Metal Gear Solid 2, Sons of Liberty, Metal Gear Solid 3, maybe even the remake when it comes out. I do have a PlayStation 5, and some of the spin-offs, like Peace Walker, Revengeance, Metal Gear Solid 5 for sure. All of those I'm aiming to do further down the line. So, since you said that, yes, that is going to be a game I'll be playing somewhere further down the line, now that you mention it. So my birthday donathon, of course my birthday is next month, the April 10th to be precise. So yeah, all comedic games as chosen by my community. And of course the series are gonna have been helping out with choosing, slimming down what the last 2 games are going to be for this occasion. They will be joined in the ranks of South Park The Stick of Truth, which I will have to heavily censor, West of Loathing, Crypt Master, the Mario and Luigi series, and some shorter titles such as Duck Detective, The Case of the Secret Salami, Death of the Reprobate, Thank Goodness You're Here, as well as What the Golf, and a few other ones here and there. But yes, so now let us see what series are going to be joining that in this regard. So let's go ahead, poke it out here. I'm gonna go to the website, which I have been tallying up the votes, and we'll see for ourselves. All right, here we go. All right, gonna go to the campaign ones. Okay, so here we are. Let me bring up the screen. I think this should be the right one. All right, let's see here. Here we go. All right. So, first off, we got the funny video game series. These are series with more than one or more options, and we are down to the Final Fannies, which is my funny version of the Final 4. First off, we have Manuel, Samuel, and the Holy Gosh Darn, which defeated the World of Goo series by around 57% last time. And it is facing off against a very mighty foe, which isn't necessarily all a comedy, but it has its many hysterical moments. We got Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney. So if this wins, well, we're gonna have a lot of reading and more collaborations going our way here. But yes, this game, originally tied with Maniac Mansion and Day of the Tentacle remastered, but won by a simple coin toss. And who knows, we might just have more coin toss coming our way here. I might have to flip a coin, we'll see. But this is the first round that we have. So, we're gonna find out now who has won. I kind of have a feeling, but this series, the Manuel Samuel and the Holy Gosh Darn, I didn't even think we'll get this far. It is the underdog compared to the other 3. Because the other 2 are also quite prolific. Especially one of them was supposed to be like one of the pinnacles of comedic writing in a point-and-click adventure game. So, let's see what we got. The results are... Oh! It barely won. All right. Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney is going to the final round of the video game Funny Haha series. Ooh. All right. Yeah, I'm sure that it's, I know, Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney definitely has, I remember correctly, a lot of plot holes. But it's still entertaining regardless of those many plot holes that it has. But yeah, we'll see now what series is facing off because the Yakuza series, Like a Dragon, which defeated Deponia the Complete Journey by a brutal 93%. Only one person last time voted against like Yakuza series. And is facing off against a very credited Monkey Island. Of course, the Monkey Island series is quite regarded as absolutely historical, quite prolific within the LucasArts catalog of games. They originally tied with Sam & Max, which is the Telltale series of events, but they won by a coin toss. So, who's it gonna be for this one? It's Yakuza by 73% approximately. So we did it. We have our final round. Phoenix Wright versus Yakuza. That will be the final round that I will be doing for the series. This is going to be interesting. Okay. Let me jot that down so I have it in my memory when I make the surveys. This will be simple and to the point. Phoenix Wright versus Yakuza, or Like a Dragon. Okay. I wonder what they would prefer. And here's the thing. I have played the Phoenix Wright series in the past, but I have never touched a Yakuza game. Not a single one. So if Yakuza wins, this will be a fresh experience for me. Yup. I will be going through all of those games, and it's many side missions. Yup. Oh, I'm actually... Isn't that convenient then, that these two titles are facing off now? What a revelation. I've never played Project X Zone 2, so thank you for sharing that detail. All right, so now that we know the final matchup there, we do have another one. It's the standalone funny titles. So let's go ahead and analyze these. These still need to go for a final fannies section. So first off, we have Wonder Song, about a bard who sings, of course, in a nice, delightful, colorful universe that looks like paper crafts. And they originally tied with We Love Katamari Reroll and Royal Reverie. The reason why I had that as a standalone funny video game series because I already played the prior game last year with Wheel Games, but sadly it won by a coin toss. And then we got a game where people may be flabbergasted why I included it because it's Disco Elysium, the final cut. There are some sections of the game where it makes you chuckle. And they defeated Tactical Breach Wizards by around 71%. So now, who is it going to be? Wonderson or Disco Elysium going on to the final fannies? Oh, really? Disco Elysium, this with a game that actually, for those of you who do not know, of course, there's a messy history involved with the game itself and the people who made it. So many details that I don't know all the extensive knowledge on, but some of the creators are actually have a Kickstarter up for the newest game. I think it's called Hope Falls. They kind of going on currently right now if you want to contribute to it. It has some of the ex-members of the team that made Disco Elysium. It's supposed to be a psycho-geographical game, which is supposed to be the decisions you make will expand not only the people that you meet, but the world around you. So it's a really big ambition, but yeah, there's a Kickstarter for it right now. And let me actually see real quick the actual title of it. Yeah, I don't think a lot of people are really prepared for that, but let me hide the screen real quick so I can look up because I think I reposted it on Blue Sky. Let me find out the name of this real quick. Let me see what the name of that game they're working on is so I can really give into accurate information. Okay, Hope Town. That is, let me go ahead. It's from the studio called Long Do Games, which does have former developers of Disco Elysium, and I think Kentucky Road Zero. Yep. Okay, so let me copy this link and actually post it on both. Yeah, it is a shame, Ken Lesu, absolutely, but I'm glad they're going on to other prospects. So here is the link to the Kickstarter. I'm posting it right now through hopefully both channels. They should be able to see it here. So there it is for Hope Town. If you wanted to take a look at it, what they're inspiring to do, wishing them the best of luck, and or even make a contribution, then go right ahead. I think they already hit the goal, thankfully, if I remember correctly. I think they hit it within 2 days or less. So already that's a momentous thing to occur. And they did get the original narrator of Disco Elysium to lend their voice to the project. So I'm hoping for the best with it. I really am. But yeah, what happened to the Disco Elysium team is tragic. And I'm hoping that because there's another studio from former Disco Elysium developers. They are working on something too, but I don't know if they have a Kickstarter for it yet. But yeah, there's the link for Hope Town in the meantime. For those that would like to check it out, might want to contribute something, because I believe you can get some nifty rewards for it. So yeah, feel free to see. Wish them the best of luck. Hopefully they don't get screwed over like they did with Disco Elysium. Yeah. So it was kind of unfortunate. But yeah, Disco Elysium is going on to the final fannies. We got to see their fannies, I suppose. Okay, so Disco Elysium. Who is it going to face off against, though? That's the thing. Let's find out. I'll get the screen back up. There we go. Oh, yes, indeed. You're most welcome. I'm almost done here. Okay, so we got My Friendly Neighborhood, which defeated Castle Crashers remastered by around 57%. So it was quite close. But then you look at the opponent. Undertale. Defeated Journey to the Savage Planet by around 71%. Imagine this. Disco Elysium versus Undertale. Two of the most prolific and greatest standards in indie gaming facing off in the final fannies. But will My Friendly Neighborhood pull off an upset? No. Nope. Undertale with 73, the same percentage as Yakuza in the round is going on. So yeah, I don't blame you. Part of me here's the thing with My Friendly Neighborhood. This isn't the first time I've had it on a list like this. On every October, I also do a donathon for Spooktober, where I play only horror games. My Friendly Neighborhood was also on there, and it went this far, but lost towards the end. It always has this happen to it. Maybe this Spooktober, when I do this again, it will have much better luck. I kind of wanted to have much better luck, in all honesty. But it's just a streak that happens with My Friendly Neighborhood. It goes so far, yet it never nails it. Because they always are up against such fierce competition towards the end. Undertale is like probably the fiercest. So yeah, Disco Elysium versus Undertale. That's going to be a matchup. I kind of have a feeling which game is going to win, but I can be pleasantly surprised. All right, let's go on to the next and final round for the final fannies. We got Locomotive, a point-and-click adventure game that just came out last year that defeated Bears in Space by around 64%. But its opponent has been really decimating more than I expected. We've been talking about Metal Gear Solid. Well, this game, Unmetal, is a parody of the Metal Gear Solid series. And they won against Great God Grove, which is from the same developers as Smile for Me, which I really like that game, by around 64%. So yeah, the parody of Metal Gear Solid facing off against a love letter to point-and-click hysterical adventure games, kind of like, well, what LucasArts would make. Who's gonna win? Ooh, that's the biggest beating so far. Ooh. Unmetal is going on with 82% approximately in the vote. Okay, all right. Unmetal is proving its worth. Okay. There it is. Now, who's gonna be facing off against? Who is it gonna facing off against? We got Conker's Bad Fur Day, which defeated Grim Fandango Remaster by around 64%. Not 69 in this case. And we'll face off against Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, which defeated the Bard's Tale ARPG Remastered and Restarker by a brutal 86%. Every opponent at this game, even though I don't believe Suda51 was involved in the remastering of this game, it sliced and diced, it massacred its competition. So, is it going to be enough for Conker? It is. They barely made it. Yeah, I heard they had some bug problems in the beginning. I can't believe it. Lollipop Chainsaw beat Conker's Bad Fur Day. Barely by one blobby vote. Okay, we know our matchups now. I know what I'm gonna put the matchups as. Okay, here we go. I'm kind of surprised that Lollipop Chainsaw Repop is this high on the list. I actually own the original PlayStation 3, but here's the thing, I've never got to play it, and I really wanted to stream it back then, even though it has a copyrighted with the Mickey song and whatnot. But you know how difficult it is to really stream a PlayStation 3 due to the software that's embedded. You can't. You just can't. Unless you had it probably ripped apart and made anew in some regard, but even then. But yeah, that's our lineup. That is it. So, I'm going to be posting these surveys sometime tomorrow in this regard. So we have it. We have our final matchup for the funny video game series. Phoenix Wright versus the Yakuza. Imagine that! A lawyer versus the Japanese mafia. That's quite a matchup. And then, for the standalone video game funny haha titles, we have Disco Elysium versus Undertale and Unmetal versus Lollipop Chainsaw Repop for the final fannies of that bracket. There you go! That is what you can expect. Well, in the meantime, thank you so much for watching this content, especially now that the coffee talk portions are done. I'm hoping to post up my schedule. Yep, I do remember that, the Judgment Games, yep. And I always see that meme of the guy who's normally frowning with the covers smiling all the blobby time. It's hysterical. But yes, I hopefully will have a good Resken Lezu. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly because I always seem like I'm butchering it. Feel free to correct me if I happen to be butchering it in any way, shape, or form. So, this is what I'm thinking for the schedule. This is what I'm thinking real quick. We got, of course, I normally play the Mario and Luigi series on Sundays, so I'm hoping that I stream that tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Central, both on Twitch and YouTube like I'm doing now. Mondays, I'll be back to Batman Arkham Asylum. Also, at the same time, Monday night, Central, both on Twitch and YouTube. Tuesday night, since I am done with Bioshock Infinite, and I didn't say the Lee as in Le Capital. Oh, Le Capital. Kenlesu. Kenlesu. Le Capital. E. Lee. Jet Lee. Oh, Kenlesu. Ah, Lee. Oh, Lee with capital E. Lee. Okay. Lee. Okay. Now I get it. Now I probably get it. I hope I get it. But yeah. So, I don't know what I'm going to be streaming. It's going to be a surprise to me. More than likely, it's going to be a horror game for Bird. Because they maybe do a challenge with Batman where if I die within the next 30 minutes, I have to play a horror game. There was one that comes to mind that I might play and get. So we'll have to see if that works out. Wednesday nights, I'm going back to Dark Souls on Twitch. Wheel of Punishment every 10 deaths. I'm still in the fortress. Sen's fortress. Okay, you don't have to bonk me like that. You don't have to bonk me like that. I know I butchered your name. I'm sorry. It's not intentional. But yeah. And then Thursday nights, of course, I do have a Discord server. We have been watching Batman the Animated Series every Thursday night at 8 p.m. Central. If you happen to be watching on Twitch, you can type in !Discord to get the Discord invite link if you're interested. If you're on YouTube, that link is down in the description below alongside all the other links, my socials. Since I am going to be streaming all of next month, we decided that for the final one, before we make it to my birthday donathon, we will watch, instead of Batman the Animated Series, Batman Mask of the Phantasm. So if you are interested, yep, the Kevin Conroy one, the one and only. So we're going to be watching that and be taking a month break from the watch-alongs until May comes around so I can focus on the donathon in that case. So yeah, we'll be watching the movie to cap things off for a month. And then Friday, we're going to be playing Botany Manor, which is a puzzle game centered around floral things in, I think, 19th century Britain. That's going to be my short game for that occasion. As for next Saturday, here's the thing. Since the birthday donathon has taken place, we have normally been doing the Coffee Talk streams every other Saturday because Zaruk does stream on the following Saturdays. So we won't be able to stream Coffee Talk until, I believe, May 3rd at the usual time, 6 p.m. So to give people a heads up on that. It's going to take a while before we get back to that series due to the donathon. But I will have to find out what game I will be playing for Saturday. It will probably be another short game that I can just get. Yeah, the ones for next Tuesday and Saturday are probably going to be shorter games that I can just beat within one stream. Probably of the shorter Friday since, well, definitely on Tuesday since I have to work. But I mean, it could be a longer one on Saturday and I wouldn't mind. So keep that in mind. I'm not decided yet, but that's just a basic rundown of my schedule for next week. And of course, I do normally schedule something every single day. That's normally a pattern I have. But if I'm not feeling exactly well on a particular day or don't feel up to it, there are days in which I can feel completely burnt out or just tired. I might just let everyone know on my Discord server and my social medias that I'm not going to do the stream. And just so I can listen to my flabby body and take a break. Even though I do schedule something every single day, except for the upcoming birthday donathon, which I am aiming to stream every single day for that, I hopefully will let people know if I'm not feeling exactly well, especially after a hard day's work or just anything in particular. So, now that we are done, again, a friendly reminder, if you happen to like what you saw for Coffee Talk and want to own it, !game, you can type in the Twitch chat or the links that I have provided to purchase it or license it, depending on the circumstances, are down in the description below. One of them is a Humble Bundle partner link where if you license the game through the first one, you'll be supporting my content. There's also the DRM free version through GOG that you can use, or if you're more of a physical collector for video games, I have included the link to their physical copy of the game through Serenity Forge if you want to check that out. Oh, I already have it? We'll save up for the GOG? I don't blame you. Honestly, I'm almost inclined to really purchase the physical edition at this rate. I think it's on sale for around $18 for the single shot edition, maybe for, I think, PlayStation 5, which I do have now. I can actually play games on there. I had a bad habit of collecting PlayStation 5 video games when I didn't even have the system. But now I do. Now I do. So, yeah, that's what you can expect in the meantime. So, on the Twitch side, oh, yes, gotta show myself here. If you happen to like my content today and you're not following me on Twitch, feel free to follow now if you wish. If you happen to be watching over on YouTube and want to keep up to date with other streams or maybe original content somewhere down the line, feel free to like, comment, subscribe, and hit that notification bell to be notified of when those pop off. I know people like to really say this like more in the beginning of the streams because it helps with the algorithm, especially if they don't have the time span to watch, but if you're still watching up to this point, I almost feel like you're dedicated enough to maybe give it a watch or a subscription. Maybe, possibly. I can't judge you. I'm not your father. But yes, I'm gonna go ahead in the meantime on the Twitch side of things, since I'm not a partner yet. Let's see if there's anyone that I can raid this fine occasion. Anyone in particular that is streaming? Let's see. So I can rest my soy milk. And they're playing Disco Elysium. Let's go. I was speaking about soy milk with Mick Schwartz gifting me that gift for the Secret Santa exchange. So yeah, this is nice. It's so convenient. Okay, here we go then. So I'm gonna get a good blobby talk raid. Normally I try to write the raid message that kind of correlates with what game I was playing in this regard. So we talk with our mouths full, of course. So let's go ahead and get this raid message ready. Here is the raid message if you are interested in copying this as we go into Soy Milk stream. Let's be nice and cordial. Let's be polite as we go through this. And let's get on started. All right, here we go. Soy milk. Yep, I think it's just soy milk. There we go. So again, thank you so much for tuning into my stream. I know we did a lot of talking and not really play the game or voice acted in a lot of ways, but I hope you still enjoyed the shenanigans, the tangents we went on. I think it's always interesting to hear people's perspectives on a lot of things the game was kind of tackling. So sadly, we won't be getting back to Coffee Talk until more than likely May 3rd, the first Saturday of May at the usual time, 6 p.m. But I hope you do enjoy maybe some of the collaborations coming up for my birthday donathon. Possibly. It depends on what game wins. So, with that out of the way, hope you have an exquisite rest of your day, whether it be the morning, afternoon, evening, or night, depending on where you may be. Ta-ta for now.